We're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together, better as one. Better together, better as one. Better together, better as one. Better together, better as one.
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now.
I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now.
Another week of PMPL North America Fall 2022 comes to an end, and once again, it's time to take a look back at the major storylines that defined the second week. In these crazy games of PUBG Mobile Competitive, there are so many different possibilities and outcomes. Yet Nova Esports NA has proved time and time again that they are the top dogs in NA. With ferocious tenacity and a calculated approach, this team continues to reign supreme on the battlegrounds. This time around, they took the first spot on the table thanks to 3 chicken dinners, a number of podium finishes, and a whopping 137 elimination points in just 21 games. Kindness, Koi, and Yi were all on point for the side, chiming in with big numbers. With this, Nova had picked up 39 out of a maximum 40 bonus points and are in a comfortable position to finish the league as the table toppers. Meanwhile, defending champions back-to-back are showing signs of improvement after a very slow start in week 1. The team racked up 4 chicken dinners, the highest for week 2 in the 5 match days. However, consistency is still a factor that they are struggling with this season, as was evident by their 8th place finish.
9 spots, the lead pushes down to a 1v1. The trade does not go through. Robert, 1 HP, no first aid kits. J7's win, and that is back-to-back, ladies and gentlemen.
Impressive runs by Star Gaming and Execute allowed them their first top 3 finishes in a while, but last week's heroes, APHELION Esports, really struggled to keep up with their benchmarks set by themselves. Meanwhile, the ever-powerful Pittsburgh Knights still showed up to play, and Coops once again was their front man, allowing the team to take the 4th spot this week.
Corner of the building, Reppin gets knocked, followed by a second. My God, how? How does Coops do it?
With just 1 week remaining in the group stage, it's all or nothing as the stakes are higher than ever. Who will emerge victorious? Stay tuned to find out.
Now WALLSTREETBETS, the go call's being made as they straight up. Incredible. This how it goes at enough amount of time to try and make it in. Now it's all down to the final 2 men up. Dope. They have all the players. I give it. Look at my eyes.
Stuck in one singular spot, getting the rest on the Xenox. Like, this is the last fight.
I got a lot on the line. Fish with a different approach. Only spend time in a boat.
Oh, Glory Gaming, they'll be huge 4 elimination points, I think. Hey, what's up and welcome everybody here to the final phase right before the finals here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Fall Split. I'm your host, Jukes. Hope you guys are ready for a great show. Of course, we couldn't do this without Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Unleash that beast. Of course, I hope you guys are keeping up to date with all the socials, making sure that you use that hashtag PMPLNA. So we can keep up to date with everything that you're using. And then hopefully, you know, one of y'all's tweets and messages can hopefully end up here on the show. Remember, also subscribe to that YouTube channel. You guys know what to do. You know, guys, I trust y'all. But you know what? 2 other people, of course, that I trust are amazing analysts here on the show. Let's go ahead and introduce them. It's the 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion from the week off. How are we feeling today?
Feeling great.
Kevin, what are you
actually doing? I you know what? I got my backpack ready. Just gonna.
Okay. All right.
I'm channeling my inner Koi. Like, I'm ready. Final phase? Are you kidding me?
First of all, I'm gonna need one of those med kits. Okay, I need you to share those props with the rest of the class.
Yes.
And Jukes, I'm ready. This is what it all boils down to. If these teams want to make their way into finals, for some extra cash.
That is correct. I'm already got my first aid on. I'm already ready to party. I am ready to go because that money is what we are looking for. Again, last final phase. The time to get those points that are going to lead into that finals is here and now. We're going to be repeating this all show long. But you know what? I think we got to start off with a great storyline, right? And that is just Nova. Their performance that we saw. Oh my gosh, this past week, phase 2, they just laid the floor with everybody. So I think I really want to take a look at their 2 top players' performance. And I think that we're going to see some insane stats here, Glitter. I know you've been waiting on this.
Nova. Okay, yes. But listen, like you said, we've been talking about Nova for the past 2 weeks. Heading into week 3 in first place, we're obviously going to be talking about them some more. And we had to compare their top 2 fraggers across the board because these numbers in general are better than some teams that we have seen combined. So this is just insane. On the elimination side of things, already 72 elims for Kindness versus 64 for Koi. Both of those wildly impressive. And then what's even crazier is that if we were technically to go down the list, Yi would also be up there with 53 eliminations. I mean, their team in general is so impressive. They are almost identical on Nox. Kindness still leading all of the categories on the aggression side of things, if you will. But then, of course, we have to talk about the heals over here. I mean, Jukes was already imitating it. You're alluding to it, Seven. 19,000 heals for Koi. Okay, and that's actually netted them so many points from the placement side of things.
It's a crazy amount, okay? And if you compare it to what Kindness was able to do, like, it doesn't come even close. That's why I'm always on the lookout to see what Koi is going to be doing late game in certain situations, because it's not just starting to be Sandhawk. I have noticed that at times Koi does end up deciding to back off a little bit. And I mean, these are great stats for these two players. You alluded it too. I mean, there's other players in this team that are having great performances. I do want to go back a little bit though. I want to showcase to the viewers how impressive Nova has been, not just Phase 2, Phase 1 as well. I mean, this team, Phase 1, and this is wild, this numbers, 103 eliminations, right? 21,000 total damage, 221 total points. Now, they went to Phase 2, and we're like, okay, some teams might slow down here, especially the teams that were towards the top. Nova said, no, we're not slowing down. We're going to continue showing this kind of performances, and we're going to be improving on it. They ended up with 137 elims, 26,000 damage, and 292 points. That is more points on that Phase 2 than what APHELION Esports was able to do in Phase 1. And APHELION Esports had an amazing Phase 1 with the 6 chicken dinners that they got. That is just impressive. And what's also impressive for Nova Esports is just their survival time. I think in week 1, they ended up with like 18 minutes and 23 seconds, something like that, for average survival time, which is great. But then on Phase 2, they ended up with 19 minutes. So this team just keeps better and better and better. And this is why I am loving what Nova's currently showing us, Hot Jukes.
It's ridiculous. It honestly is. I mean, for those that are just tuning in for right now, APHELION Esports, like you mentioned earlier, had a ridiculous week 1. You mentioned 6 chicken dinners. They came in on the overall with a 54-point lead above everybody else. And then Nova just completely dwarfed that out of week 2. I mean, just said, hey, see you later, APHELION. See you later, everybody. We're taking this. I mean, they passed up pretty much everybody on all the leaderboards. That's what we like to see here. But this is still 1 week here today, the final phase to get those points. And I think with that, it's time to introduce a new segment. Well, a returning segment that we've seen before, but the first time here in this fall split. And that is the Hot Jukes Hot Take, baby. That's right. I'm here and I'm ready to give you guys my hot take. And with that, I want to bring up the bonus points, because I'm going to tell you what my hot take is. That back-to-back will not be the back-to-back-to-back champs like that many hoped. I know. It hurts. It hurts for me to say. I love this squad to death. I've played with some players that are on that team competitively. But the way they've performed here, and I know a lot of people are watching saying, hey, Jukes, you know, back-to-back, we've seen them before in other tournaments. They like to go start off slow, but they come final times, they start clapping everybody. But this is a new format. It's a new format. There's a whole new PMPL here. These tournaments, these points go into the finals. So you can see back-to-back there in 8th place. They had a decent Phase 2. But after their Phase 1 performance, look at this, Nova, 39 points. That means that they're going to go into the finals with 21 more points than back-to-back is. And there's a lot of other really strong teams up on that leaderboards as well. Star Gaming, Execute, WALLSTREETBETS, the Knights. I mean, back-to-back at this point, I'm crossing my fingers to see if they can hopefully even make it into Americas, let alone try to be the champions here of NA. So if we want to have a hope, all back-to-back fans out there, you need to get on your knees right now and you need to hope that they have the most monstrous phase right here, right now, or they're in big trouble. Yeah, I hate to see it. Come on, back-to-back. Get it done. Do it. Prove me wrong, baby. I want to be proved wrong. Show me that you can get it done towards the end, but I ain't gonna lie. After seeing these numbers and this format, I ain't that confident. And it hurts. And it hurts.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Yes. Great segment, by the way. I have always loved that segment. I can't wait to see what other segments we're going to be bringing back. But I'm with you, and I actually 100% agree with what you said there. I don't think with the way that back-to-back is currently playing that they're going to become the back-to-back-to-back champions.
New format is brutal, unforgiving. Every single game counts for everybody on the leaderboards. One extra placement is one extra bonus point on that finals that we're going to see here coming up soon. So, Glitter, I know that you're super stoked for this. I know you're super stoked for Nova coming on in, right? So I got to ask you, are we going to see that continuing Nova dominance here today? Are we going to see them bust out that broom and clean it up, huh?
Yes. Of course. They have yet to fall asleep, and I don't think they're going to slip in the final week when they are maintaining the lead, increasing their lead, putting themselves in a very comfortable spot, because we'll start talking about it throughout the rest of the week, but this is just one phase of that multi-tier tournament, right? So everything they do here matters for Americas, then it matters for PMGC. So this is like this is not their final form. It's almost like their prep stage, right? And if they can do this well here, the competition will get harder as we go to Americas, as we go to GC. So they can't slow down. They can't afford to slow down. They have to keep their feet all on the gas pedal, okay? They got to keep going.
Yeah, getting harder, that's going to be an understatement right there. It's going to get insane these next couple tournaments. I can't wait for that. But we're still here in the PMPL. Well, guys, we'll be right back right after this video.
Bye, have a great time.
This needs to stop now. Fight! Finish him!
I'm joking! Stop! 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 Stop the break! Stop!
Damn, dude, it sounded like 7WG with that M4 in the game. That's how we like to hear that right there. Hey, I mean, you see some of them left rights too from Tenza? Said, hey, don't start. That was a really fun segment there. I like that video.
That was awesome. Whoever edited that, congratulations. That was amazing.
Right?
Hey.
I love when we do those. Break it up a little bit with some fun.
S-tier beeps. S-tier beeps. We love to see. We love to have fun here at PMPL. That's what we love to see. Guys, you know what? We got this is going to be an intense day. You know, I like that we got the laughs out and everything, but I know that these players, their hands are shaky. I know their fans out there, families are watching. super serious mode here. So why don't we go ahead and I think 7, we need to take a look at the teams that are playing here, the groups that are playing here today, 7. So this is the squads that we're looking at for everybody. Just reminding everybody out there, 7, what sticks out to you?
Yeah, the groups are going to be different this time around. So I'm really intrigued to see what's going to be happening here. Something that sticks out to me right away is going to be that back-to-back is with APHELION Esports. And I'm really intrigued to find out what type of APHELION Esports we're going to be getting here on the final phase. Are we going to be getting phase 1 APHELION Esports? Are we going to be getting phase 2? Remember, going back to one of the interviews with APHELION Esports, they said that they came in a little bit too overconfident to phase 2, and that's kind of what hindered their performances. Well, guess what? I'm pretty sure they're not going to be feeling confident at all anymore, considering that they're currently not the ones that are leading by 50+ points. I'm really intrigued what's going to happen with them. And then another one is going to be the Panthers. I mean, Group B, the Panthers, Angry Amateurs, and that's going to be an interesting one with Angry Amateurs and Knights as well in the Chosen. Like, we have a lot of good teams right there. We know what the Panthers can do. They currently just haven't showed it that much, but we know the potential that can happen, right? And Chico's going to be playing against his former squad every single game, Glitter. That's really intriguing to me.
Yeah, there's quite a few on here. I'm looking at Group D and Group E, and for totally opposite reasons of what you were just talking about. I mean, Group D specifically because of HITLIST and THIRDEYE, and then Group E because of 19 Esports and Dope. Now, those are all squads that are right near each other on the leaderboard, the overall leaderboard. Right now, THIRDEYE specifically being one of those teams that's not right outside that bubble of the top 16, but all of them being from 14th through 17th. So those are teams that are that their performances matter by points here and there. The fact that the 2 each are in the same groups mean they could potentially be going up against each other, trying to take them out, knock them off that leaderboard, Jukes.
Oh, man, and that's what everyone's going to be trying to do right here is knock them out the leaderboard, try to play in that last Living match, get every point that they possibly can. As you can take a look at this is what the schedule's going to be like. The good old Trident 2, double Aaron Gale, double Miramar, and that Sandhawk right in the middle. I am so pumped up for this. But guys, you also got to get pumped up for an amazing show, amazing event that we got coming up here as we bring up the graphic. It's the Rumble, baby. It's going to be on all the official PUBG mobile channels. The Resort Rumble, Thursday, September 22nd at 11 a.m. Pacific. Make sure that you set that alarm early for all you gamers out there, and 2 p.m. Eastern. So that's going to be a real good show, but we got to get on with this show. So let's go ahead and bring in our casters here for the day, Imperium and Zute. Let's get this going.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Not even time to show our beautiful faces, Zute. We are getting right into the first game of the day. Firstly, how are you doing, Zute?
Oh, I'm doing great. I think we're jumping into this match real quick because, I mean, hey, everyone's had a week off of some PUBG mobile action, and everyone's just antsy to get right back into it. I know I am. That 1 week of no comp action, I didn't know what to do with my life, Imperium, to be honest with you.
It's like you just sitting by a window with the rain falling down, going,
yeah,
what am I doing?
Oh, so many numerous memes to be had.
But it was quite a valuable time off for the teams, right?
Yes.
It's allowed them to participate in scrims, VOD review, take a bit of a breather, right? Reset themselves for this phase 3, the final phase of the PMPL and a summer split, and a big opportunity to gain those massive bonus points coming into the finals.
Yeah, you can almost view that week break as like the huge reset. However, you know, nothing gets reset in this format. Everything carries on, which I love, but mentally, it is a really good reset for all of these players. And, you know, it begs a few questions, right? With any time there's a little bit of a reset, it's like, will the momentum be kept up, right?
Yeah.
i.e. Nova Esports. Are they going to keep that up? Will some teams be able to, you know, bounce back after that reset?
Exactly.
There's a lot of teams that could, you know, have a bounce back between week 1 and week 2. We saw some really heavy hitters like the Panthers, APHELION week 1, and then week 2, they were just like nowhere to be seen. So maybe that week break might have helped those teams in particular out a lot.
For me, kind of the 4 teams that I'm looking at are Nova Esports, PITTSBURGH, Knights, Korean Barbecue Lovers, and WALLSTREETBETS, mainly because of that battle for PMGC. Right now, Nova hold on to that top spot with a total of 1,200 points, but they're only 10 points ahead of the Knight side. And just to give a bit of context for that direct PMGC slot, and for anybody that doesn't know, is the points garnered in the league stages of PMPL NA Spring Split and PMPL NA Fall Split. So those points added together is what is going to determine the direct team going to PMGC at the end of the year. And that's a 4-way battle for the time being.
Yeah, and it's not just the league. I believe it's also the finals from Spring, like all the points,
sorry,
right?
and the finals as well. Yes.
Yeah.
Not the
So all the
Americas
points.
part, but just the NA finals.
Right. Because it makes a lot of sense because the Americas, you bring in other regions.
Exactly.
This is the quote unquote most, consistent team for North America from the beginning of the year, to the end of the year. And I like how we still have that underlying storyline. I'm so glad you brought it up because I think, I'll be honest, I totally forgot about that, race, because it's like, it's something that started at the beginning of the year and it's still going on. So there is that invite, the number 1 representative from NA. Of course, that's only one way to get to PMGC, right? You still got the, qualifications onto the next stage of Americas, and then from America,
for sure,
once again, teams will be, selected to go on there. So it's a great topic to bring up because it is a close race, and I think at some point, towards the end of this split, a graphic hopefully will get made to give everyone a little reminder. I know Nova Esports you brought up, they definitely wanted to remind everyone because they posted on their socials, like, hey, we're in the lead right now, we're looking good for that PMGC direct invite for North America.
Everybody is chasing Nova, both in the PMGC race and across this PMPL NA full split across the board. See the Chosen on our screens right now, looming up the apartments school area of the map. The phase 1 did pop up of this first game of the day, Zute. It's on the western side of the map, somewhat familiar. It has a lot of scope to go north of the river around the George Paul area, but of course it could go down south towards Quarry, so plenty of ground for all these teams to cover on their rotations.
Yeah, I think we've seen this circle so many times this split that even the viewers at home probably, if this circle popped up, they would have a good idea of where to go if they were in a competitive match. Like it's happened so often, and I'm a little bit sad that last week. So I know you're not here for the weekends, but even on all the days you missed, we have yet to have a military circle on Erangel. Not once yet, this entire time so far. So hopefully this week.
It could really be saved. This week. I tell you what, it could be saved for the final game of PMPL NA, like the final game of the finals.
Yeah.
Right, think about it. You've like 3 teams fighting for that number 1 spot, and it comes down to a military island circle. Knowing the PUBG Mobile gods, that probably will be the case.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that circle, like, I wouldn't say so often, but we saw a couple of those, right? And they always made for some really interesting action. So, like, it begs the question, maybe, the circle gods really do exist and they're just not feeling military base anymore.
Look,
but speaking about military base, right? The Panthers,
just say
they're going to be there all day.
everything happens for a reason, Zute. That's how I like to look at it sometimes.
Okay. All right. I see where you're heading with this. But the Panthers, always looting military base. They're about to rotate out. We do have the Four Bros team really close by on the military base. They're doing a 2-2 split. They're just now grouping up, so maybe might run into each other. Here we do see Angry Amateurs in the hit list getting into engagement, though, as Jat-G, the really clean knock straight out the buggy of Angry Amateurs.
The hit list at times have definitely struggled to hold their ground in team fights or in these locations, but have definitely improved across the week so far. And what I like about this early Everest area is that they're kind of locking down one side of it, right? That eastern side, and even sending Flash and Jat-G down to the compound below Everest. It just allows them to know that they can instantly stop a team entering from one side, and just if another team wants to go on the western side of Everest, that's okay because they can hold 2 teams in Everest.
And just as you say, I'm looking at the minimap. Yeah, the HITLIST are actually spreading that hold. They have a player on the west side of Everest and the other 3 on the eastern side. Makes sense, right? Most of the teams are rotating in from the east with this western circle. Execute looking like, oh, Nemesis taking some really good shots at Faye, almost knocking that player, but where's the rest of Ace? The rest of Ace is actually coming in from the north side of Severny, so Ace is Spades. Nemesis just needs to hold out for a little bit longer, and when I say the rest of the team, it's only one other player. It's Nemesis and Versa, and Nemesis looks like he's going to be by himself here.
Jason pushing in on the side with the PP buys and pre-fire shots come in. Nemesis finds one. Could be looking for a second. Great control by Nemesis, swings around the side, catches an eye on the audio of the footsteps, moves around, goes upstairs. Great solo play for Nemesis. He needs to try and find a little bit of time to go for the revive, but not enough. Solo catches him on the top floor window and gets the knockdown. And like you said, it was just 2 players left for the side of Ace of Spades. Now they have a solo Versa on his own. They only came into this game as a 3-person team, by the way. They lost Manbay early on, and now it's just Versa left alive.
Yeah, it was actually Execute that also picked up Manbay, so Execute knew that team was weak. Execute right now with 2 elimination points early on. That's good for them. Execute did really good last week when it came to, you know, comparison of week 1. They managed to pick up a good amount of bonus points. That's another team, you know, can they keep up that momentum?
Yeah.
Nova, you know, had a huge performance last week, but, you know, Execute, if you want to compare week 1, week 2, Execute had a similar huge improvement. And the circle will shift a little bit more towards the north. Maybe Mount Everest might be a potential ending, but we'll see that in a bit as the HITLIST continue to lock down this area. This is their tollway, and to pay for the toll, you got to give them an elimination point, it seems.
You shall not pass until you pay your fee. The fee is a sacrifice to the HITLIST gods, and it has been paid, so you shall pass the board. And look, Most Wanted should have predicted something along these lines, right? Like you made note of the fact that most teams would have been coming in from the east. There was most likely going to be teams around that area. They were coming in late off the tail end of phase 1. It's a product of rotating late in these early circles.
Yeah, I do recall one of the weeks, so the HITLIST holding a very similar split, and it went really badly. So maybe they've refined that a little bit, and hopefully they'll be able to, you know, hold it down a little bit better. But it's working out for now. They, you know, got 2 elimination points for themselves as well, as everyone else is still rotating in. This is only circle number 2. We had a week break. This is rather fast for a week break and this early into the game.
Yeah, teams rotating fairly early into the circle. I think with that phase 2 shift still incorporating a trickle of water, wanting to lock down a bit of a central position does make sense, because you could easily have that massive shift on phase 3 over to the east and kind of limiting the control available in around the Gaka area of the map. So see APHELION, Nova back-to-back, all looking to hold down strong positions in the early stages of this game.
Have THIRDEYE here on the northern side. We have the Knights also close by on the northern side. The Knights holding a similar type of tollway split, you know, camping that cube compound. So, or the bridge, more importantly, from the north to the south rotation. A lot of teams right now still settling in. I know this is the second circle, but we're having a lot of movement, I'd say, in the second circle. Like, you can see so many teams really close to one another and taking shots.
With such a flat terrain, right, in between kind of Gaka and the northern side of Quarry, getting those pop shots on board is so valuable. If you're able to tickle a player down to half health, force them to use their first aid, maybe that takes them down to just 1, and just creating that little bit of control. It's so valuable with Star Gaming and lose a player at the hands of back-to-back, and that's the benefit of rotating early and getting a controlling position as back-to-back did in this phase 2.
I think I get a sense of kind of like eagerness from what I'm seeing right now with these players. Like, we've lost so many players already on rotation on Erangel of all maps, right?
Yeah.
And it's in a zone that's really familiar, that's been played out a lot too. So it's not like something crazy where all of a sudden teams, not sure of rotations or anything like
Exactly.
that. So I feel like today's going to be quite a fun day. A lot of these teams are ready to just start fighting, rotating, and there we go. Another player getting taken down through rotation, and I think the circle has shifted up towards that Mount Everest location. Well, game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a treat.
The hit list have 2 on Everest. Will they commit the rest of the squad over to that eastern side? I bet your bottom $1, and they're already making the moves up. Incredibly valuable reaction from the hit list. Nova now outside the circle on this phase 3. Have a little bit of a comfortable step ahead as they do send Koi ahead into the southern edge of the circle. However, 4 Bros have that area surrounded south of Gaka in around the Chopsticks area, so they are going to have to be careful. All 4 players now swinging the mist, getting closer to the edge of the circle. I like the unity for Nova Esports, right? Koi got close to the edge, but he didn't go get too close for comfort. This is really good teamwork.
Yeah, Nova had a huge split the previous circle, so they're able to have one person at least see where the next circle shift is going towards, and it is a hard shift. For the first time, Nova usually plays very split on Erangel, circle 2 into circle 3. They'll have somebody in the next zone. This time, nobody is able to be in the next circle because of that hard shift. So we'll keep an eye out on Nova and how they play this rotation. Back to back has moved a little bit closer, not fully in the circle, but stopping at a strong position to push teams away and gather more info.
Star Gaming, a team that, to be fair, performed incredibly consistently across the PMPL NA so far. I think they're lying at the moment in 4th or 5th overall across the phases, but they've only had 1 chicken dinner compared to the teams around them who have had 5, 6, or 7. So they're ticking ahead. I do have faith in their ability to get around this, but it's going to be easier said than done, while PK fighting on the northern edge of the river. Inside the Q compound, Execute pushing on in. Spec from PK. Holding on to the high ground. Telly is going to be the first to knock. Instantly returned, but a second trade against Execute. No, actually, sorry, not quite a second trade. It was Solo just put down to a sliver of health, trying to go for the revive. No time to waste, no time to burn. Fate gets in to take down another. It's going to be a turnaround for the side of Knights as they try and take this fight into their hands. A third player down, and it's just 1 more left for the side of Knights, and that is it. PK, they win this engagement.
That to me was lambs to the slaughter. That's what I just witnessed right there. We saw full force of Execute slam into that compound, looking strong, looking big. Like, I think that is the strategy, like maybe 2 years ago, commit 4 to a little singular compound area. But did you see the way the Knights played it? Tenso was holding it down as a solo. He just backed off, trapped all of them in, and then of course the mechanical skill out of each of the Knights player made that possible, right? Like, if it were not for the individual skill level, that would have been, a little bit dicier than what it looked. But
for sure,
man, that was brutal what just happened to Execute with the way the Knights just funneled them in. And next circle, even more brutal. We got like maybe 2 teams in this zone. We got the HITLIST and Korean barbecue lovers. Everything else, the western side of this circle is going to have a lot of grave markers.
I love how you just poetically spun the perfect word at the tail end of that sentence that fit that circle shift right. Brutality indeed. Ruins area is going to be a hell to control if you're late to the party. Great for Korean barbecue lovers, as you made out of. Knights have a short trip across the bridge into the circle on that northern side. Star Gaming rotating around on that northwestern edge, but there's very little cover around them. THIRDEYE going to get a knock on the Koi. Brian gets knocked down at the hands of the vehicle, blown up. THIRDEYE lose another player at the hands of Knights. Peppered up and down, Knights taking control.
Oh, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of the Knights here. Knights always stare me a little bit in terms of their consistency, right? They fall off a little bit, but right now, if they're starting day 1 off like this, man, okay. I hope they keep even just a semblance of this up for the rest of the week, and I think we'll see, a really good showdown between the Knights and Nova. And there's still a few other teams that could, really step up and challenge these 2 giants, but for now, Knights are up to 6 eliminations, and they're controlling that northern side of the circle really, really dominantly.
You know what I see from this initial PK side? What it tells me that they want that PMGC slot away from Nova. They're hunting it down, right? 10 points divided, two teams coming into this game. That's 6 for PK straight away. 5 more than Nova in this game 1. So it's just something to consider. I know there's a long way to go. There's plenty more games, plenty more chances, but keep the pressure on Knights in every single game as the Panthers go down.
Panthers going out, and Star Gaming already eliminated too, right? Star Gaming did really well last week, starting off today. First match with a donut. That is not good. Korean barbecue lovers, you pointed them out. They're in a good position. They really started playing better last week towards the end of the week. We'll see if they could keep that momentum up. As for now, a lot of teams still are kind of trying to fight their way in on the edge. And here we have the Angry Amateurs against the HITLIST. Angry Amateurs, they lost a player earlier to the HITLIST. So this is a rematch. And that nade!
Beautiful!
That second nade! Just like that, the HITLIST down to 1, Imperial.
Oh, the HITLIST, the issue in my eyes is that they committed to the center of Everest. They didn't really look to lock down the eastern edge right of that mountain, and okay, you could argue, well, holding on to the center is the edge of the circle. Like I said, it's easier said than done. Flash tries to get away, but he's going to be eliminated, and that's the end of the HITLIST. It's an issue, unfortunately, that they've been suffering with THIRDEYE, and it's shown up time and time again. They fail to be able to control their position in the edge of in these circles, especially later on as MEZEXIS fall as well.
Oh man, the nades are deadly today. That's another team squad right there through nades alone, I'm pretty sure. Korean barbecue lovers coming in, repaying the favor, nading 4 bros now as they're caught between Most Wanted and KBL. KBL smells 3 points here, running it down. Only 1 player left up, and Joey's gonna steer right into him with a broken buggy wheel. 1 HP, easy cleanup. KBL up to 5 eliminations too.
Definitely a bit of help from Most Wanted, right, that kicked things off. I was wondering why Korean barbecue lovers maybe hadn't engaged a little bit earlier on against 4 bros, but timing was perfect as a third party that engagement. But now as the next circle centers up, although more heavily shifts up towards the north, it leaves Korean barbecue lovers much further away from the edge of the circle.
Circle, shift, northern side. Teams on the south and west, Angry Amateurs and Nova still have to fight it out. I think Nova did take down 1. Yeah, they took down 1 of Angry Amateurs in this engagement. Nova Esports, always a deadly team. You can't even factor in how many players are up, because when they have 3, 4, 2, they're always able to do something with those players. I've seen a solo player out of Nova early game just clutch it out for placement points alone.
As Angry Amateurs look to get out of dodge, Jukes gets an elimination point in the distance. Another shot being laid out. It's going to be returned, actually. Kindness getting put down to his knees. A small false sense of security. Moment of weakness for Nova as they looked hungry for the eliminations on the edge of Everest. A second one comes out. DIY putting it all with those nades. The hand of God Maradona would be proud of you, reppin'.
Man, Angry Amateurs. Angry Amateurs with grenades. That's what they are. And those nades look like some professional nades. They've taken out so many players so far. Nova still have 1 up. Looks like they'll get that revive. It's not done yet for Angry Amateurs as Yi with the UMP from the high ground knocks 1. And the trade should happen, but a little bit on the slower side as DIY. Last one up. Nova with 2. Neither of these 2 teams in the zone, though.
Yeah, the blue zone is trickling in. Good point being made, and they being chucked out once again. Kindness might be able to feel that. He's able to move out of the way just in time. DIY getting in the vehicle. It will move away, but it's going to have a limited amount of speed, and just like that, Nova as a 2-body team will get the better of Angry Amateurs in the end. But great effort for the side of Angry Amateurs, especially DIY.
Oh, KBL on the move. I always love it when I see 4 players in separate cars mobilize and make their way into the next circle. As Acer, though, being a little bit of an opening sacrifice potentially, but it's Nova and Most Wanted here taking shots at KBL. KBL won't manage to take out Most Wanted, but they still have Yi up here to contend with. Yi runs down, goes for the shot, gets him. Still out in the open, though. Needs to be careful.
Very good stuff by Nova. Moving. Shooting, moving, shooting. Korean barbecue lovers moved across, but it wasn't the right time to do it. Arguably, they didn't know what was across the way, what was across the road. They might have heard the shot, but they thought it would have been an easier job to control that edge. The circle does shift up north. We still have 5 teams in the game. You have Knights up as a full squad, THIRDEYE up as a duo. You have TC still up as a full squad. They've kept fairly quiet in this game, along with the final player back-to-back. Most Wanted also still in this game. Sorry, Most Wanted being taken out.
Yeah, Polo last one up for back-to-back, holding the very edge of circle. I do believe KBL is going to look to take that spot, but look at the Chosen spread right now. They got Goffman all the way on the southern edge, just pinstering everyone in. They're looking for some elimination points because right now the Chosen have 0, so they want to pick up a few. The Knights, oh, that's a free knock, but Gotcha's just going to wait for the right timing, I think.
Discipline is incredible. If he can get Spec in the distance, he could get Coops at the same time, in my opinion. But maybe they've left it a little bit too late. Intensa finds Godfin from the back line on the high ground position, finishes him off. Great play by Tensa.
Patient, but maybe a little bit too patient. I think the idea is wait out everyone else, and then when they're fighting just the Knights, they're gonna go for a double knock. He gets one, but he gets behind cover. He knows Tensa's here. Tensa,
perfect.
Oh, and he finds Tensa. Very well played by Gotcha.
Great use of the smokes by Gaji, by the way. Just gave him that little bit of extra cover to step up off the back of the first knock. He knew what he was doing. It might have been played a little bit later than we would have wanted, but at the end of the day, when it was done, it was executed to perfection as Korean barbecue lovers go down. We are left with our final 3 teams. Back to back, the Chosen and PK, the Knights on board, the Knights at the round table, looking to feast on the chicken dinner of game number 1 of the day. Back to back are still alive, but it's just Polo playing Marco Polo all by himself.
Yeah, just Polo playing Marco Polo by himself. I don't know how you come up with these things on the fly, but yeah, we got 2 of the Knights, 3 of the Chosens, and I want to see the Chosen win this. I love their discipline that they had earlier as Xenox just, you know, making a little bit of a drive to find more positioning, finds Polo. So now it's a 3v2 situation. We have Xenox and Spec up. I don't care who is up from the Knights. It's always scary. So man advantage to TC Imperium, but the Knights just lost circle. So this might be TC's game.
Position in the circle being ripped away from the Knights. It is 3v2 as well against them. Xenox needs to find the golden knock. Spec has done a great job so far for Knights. Hungry for eliminations across the game. Being the playmaker, finding Gaji earlier on. Once again, he needs to find it. At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, it's still been a great result for Knights to start the day. They have a lot of eliminations. TC only have 2. So arguably they need these 15 placement points ahead of the Knights. Playing around inside the rock, Gaji gets knocked. Spec, the man to make the play. How does he do it? And that is the opening. Using the smoke, the hard cover has been found for the Knights. Xenox holding onto the underside, covering the back of his teammate. But Spec has 2 against him. Oppo is much closer to Subig.
That was a beautiful play. That was coordinated between Spec and Xenox. Xenox was the bait. Spec laid the pre-smokes to cover his left side. Beautifully done. We're narrowing it down to a 2v2 now, but the pressure's definitely on for TC.
Pushing forward. I don't know if the 2 players from TC know that Xenox is there. Finishing off Gaji could be quite valuable to give information over. Xenox gets in the buggy and drives by, but I think he takes a trickle of damage. However, I believe that was from the blue as he fights for the edge of the circle. Subig is on the underside of the hill. He has a little bit of rock for hard cover, and nade is chucked on the underside. A little bit blind. It goes in between the 2 final players of the Chosen.
This is tense. I think the Knights are on the edge of zone, but there's a play by Opa. He kind of revealed his position with that molly, so he felt the need to get up, but that was the trunk. That was the ace in the hole for the Chosen. They didn't know where Opa is. Now they know both positions, and it's a 2v2, and it might play out for one more circle shift.
So Pig is in the back line, supporting his teammates. Spec and Xenox are much closer together. They can play double, trouble, boil and brubble, and look to kick up a storm. Spell, a soup mix of destruction as they look to try and secure this chicken dinner. A lot of smokes being laid out by Knights. Is it too much? Was it a panic play? Has it given them less cover against the final two players? No, it hasn't. As he steps up, Spec finds one. It's instantly traded. It's a 1v1. Subpick pushes forward. The circle is against the Knights. Xenox, he could be going for the revive, Zute. He's making the big ballsy play. Subpick needs to know that could be a possibility, but the pre-fire shots in Xenox is giving information over to Subpick to the fact that the revive isn't being executed. But now as he plays around, Subpick is panicking. He knows he has to cover the circle, but he can't get the revive out just yet. Time is now against the Chosen as the Knights are down to, or back up to 2 players.
Oh man, you can see the panic between Subpick back and forth. What do? Knights committed to the revive. Knights will get the player up first, and the nade rains in. It's getting very close. They know where they are. It's the only hard cover left.
The revive comes up, but instantly executed, and that's going to be the final player down, and that is the Knights securing game 1 of the day.
That was a fantastic game out of the Knights and the Chosen. You can kind of argue the fact that the Chosen choked that, but that was off of a God play by Gajia to initiate that. The priest look on his right side, knocking the player he had in his sights, and then up in the smoke, and he took down Tensa. I think that was beautiful play by TC. The Knights just played it one little bit better, but the Chosen, you know, great to see them showing they're here to play this week. And the Knights, of course, I'm always a fan of the Knights when they play the way the Knights should.
God help my Apple Watch, because my heartbeat is just like so high. That was so tense. Incredible for both teams, but arguably for sure the Knights deserve that chicken dinner. Let's head to the highlights.
The Knights! 15 eliminations! Busting down the chicken dinner. I mean, just wow, okay? I like what Zute said. You know how, like, he kind of just said, oh, you know, they just did a little bit better. But then I was just like, yo, they did a lot better. Because the Chosen should have won that game by all means, right? Right, Seven?
I mean, especially when they took over the circle and then they had more players, and somehow Knights still made it work. They took a 1v1 with the vehicle. They actually won that 1v1, and then it was downhill from there. It was an amazing finish, man. We're talking about phase 3. Pull up that match ranking. We're talking about phase 3. That's what I wanted to see right there. Some spiciness right at the bat. Knights playing like how we expect Knights to play, coming out with a 30-point lead back to back. I mean, this is a team I know you're going to be happy to see here. We're talking about them at the start on your hot take. They might want to try to prove us wrong. We'll have to wait and see, though. 18 points for them. They're going to be looking good. Korean barbecue lovers continuing on the wave that they were on before this previous week. They're continuing to have great games, and they Chosen. I mean, that was just such a big surprise for a lot of us, Glitter, with what they were able to do at the end.
Yeah, they played the placement point game very, very well. And this is going to pay off for them, because 14 points, when you look at what everybody else was able to pull down, this will be huge. Now, Nova, another squad that we're obviously keeping our eyes on. It's a little bit slower start to the day, but still able to get 6 elims with those 6 placement points. So double-digit points is going to be very useful for them. And then the last 3, Angry Amateurs, 4 Bros, Most Wanted on that first page. I mean, those are some squads that needed that.
I don't know. That just had me
Yep.
dying. You know, like Nova off to a slower start. 12 points.
I know.
You know, like,
It's crazy. We got
12
used to
points.
it, though. We got spoiled. We got so spoiled by Nova performing so well that 12 points, we
Oh
kind of
my
feel
gosh.
like, hey, why are they playing so slow right now?
I guarantee you so many of these squads wishing they got 12 points in this match. But you're right. I mean, after
Respect
that week
better,
2
Nova.
performance, yeah, come on, do better, Nova. You know, yeah, I guarantee you right now, Nova, most upset team, right? Just like disappointed. 12 points.
Yeah.
Ugh, how dare they, right? Glitter, let's take a look at the top damage and see who ended up on top. Glitter, what do you think?
I'm
Oh.
thinking that Knights came to play today. Almost 2,500 damage first game out of the gate with those 15 elims. I mean, that is insane. They pretty much doubled everyone else. Minus Nova, I know that, you know, still, even though they didn't get the placement they wanted, they still put up almost 1,400 damage and 6 elims, and they're second on this overall damage chart. That's huge, but then that means the efficiency. We talk about this all the time, that conversion ability that we specifically see right there in the middle, 7 out of both back-to-back and KBBQ. I mean, that is huge for the Korean barbecue lovers and back-to-back. I think that something's in the water today. I think we might be in for some really spicy game 7.
Yeah, I mean, almost every team here getting up to 1K damage. You talk about the conversion from back to back. If I'm not mistaken, Polo was able to take on the elimination feed. A whole team by himself. I mean, everybody wants to position themselves great. Remember, last phase, bonus points, right? On Sunday. And on top of that, we're going to be combining all the phases, and we're going to be getting bonus points from that too. So a lot of teams are keeping that in mind.
Yep, and one team that wants to take that first place spot, once again, it's got to be the Knights. You know, the Knights put in some work here on the first match here of the day. Look at that. Poppy Speck is ready to play today, 7.
This is why I wanted to show this. We always, when we talk about the Knights, I felt like, at least this whole season, right, we've always talked about mainly Coops. But today, it wasn't just Coops. Like, it was everybody else on this first match. Xenox almost putting up 1,000 damage by himself, 6 eliminations. And you mentioned it perfectly, too. Spec putting up almost 1,000 damage as well. 4 eliminations. Tensa there with the 4 elims, 339 damage. Like, this is what we expected from the beginning when it came to Knights. On paper, this team sounded so dominant, sounded just so aggressive that honestly, I'm so happy that they're finally starting to kind of showcase their actual potential here on the last phase. I'm kind of sad that it took it to the last phase, but I guess I'm a little bit happy there. I was really impressed too, not just by the ending against that the Chosen finish, how they were able to overcome that not being in the zone and 2v3. I was really impressive on how they were able to hold off the execute push. I think Sute mentioned it perfectly. The way Tensa was able to just trust on his skills, take some of the engagements by himself, is going to give him just so much more confidence, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know what I love too is that, and this is something we talk about all the time in relation to any good team that wants to be a great team, is the fact that we talk about Coops literally day in and day out.
Yeah.
If there's a game where Coops doesn't perform well or goes down early, just isn't, heating up the same way, everyone on that team is an absolute monster. And you see that reflected in those numbers. Coops had a slower game, and then you've got 2 on the squad that are almost at the 1K damage mark individually. Like, that is for some teams their whole overall damage amount between 4 players. And you've got it twice over on the Knights, with the other 2 being players that could also do that themselves. We've seen insane plays out of Tensa. Coops is just unstoppable. And if all of them are going to be playing like that today, the whole group of teams should be a little bit scared.
Oh, they should be a lot of bit scared. That's for sure. I mean, and when it comes to Coops, I think you made a great point there because, yeah, like you mentioned, if Coops is having an on day, they do great. But if they have an off day, we've been worried. But now that we see Spec going off and making that happen, that's going to be a great thing for them, especially when Coops goes down like he did in that first match. It's not like he lost a battle, right? He just got out angled, right? The Chosen, out of the 2 eliminations they had, Coops was one of them, and just was behind a rock, thought he was good. Boom, got ear hold. And it's good to have a great team to be able to come back and help you out just like that, 7, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. At one point, we were doubting our own pick. We all picked Knights.
No, I
And
did
then all
not.
of the-
Don't let me in
Oh,
with
yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah.
I never
Hold
doubted.
on.
Zero doubt.
That's right. We weren't doubting it.
Zero doubt.
But
Not at
with
all.
the plays that the Chosen was doing, I mean, for a second, it kind of crossed my mind. I was like, no, I must believe in Xenox. And they pulled it off.
3v2 was zone. 3v2 was zone. I mean,
Exactly.
Heck, that's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. So let's go take a look and see what the teams are going to be here in the second match so we can see who is playing. And you can see Group D is highlighted out. So that's Ace of Spades, HITLIST, Star Gaming, and THIRDEYE sitting out. What do you think about that, Glitter?
That's actually potentially good for some of the squads that did go out early. We saw Star Gaming struggle a little bit in that early game. They might need a little bit of a reset. THIRDEYE struggled as well. But Ace of Spades was actually all the way down there, sneaking up at the bottom of that top damage meter. They might not have had the performance we'd hoped for, but they have been doing well through phase 2. So this might slow their momentum down a little bit. We'll have to see how that goes, Jukes.
Let's see how it goes. Match number 2, taking it over to Miramar. Let's take it to our casters.
Miramar on the wall. Who was the best player of game 1, Zite?
Of Xenox? Spec?
Interesting.
Someone from the Knights?
I'm kind of. I personally, for me, it was Tensa. For me, it was personally Tensa. I just saw he was the playmaker of the side. I think he perfectly set up a number of fights, and he was just that kind of forward player and was bold and brass and pulled out some great moves. But yeah, heading on to game number 2, can the Knights repeat this success? Can they continue to mount the pressure on all the other teams around them?
Well, since you brought up Tensa, right, I do believe he is the IGL for the Knights, and something that, you know, always stood out to me with Tensa back when I was competing was that he's just a very cerebral player, like just very like active, like his head, the way he breaks things down in his head. And we got to see that, you know, in the execute fight. He was one man holding down that compound, and the way he fell back to his teammates while still playing proactively and, like, you know, getting his teammates set up to take that out. That was a perfect, you know, display of you don't need crazy raw skill if you can have a crazy brain. So Tensa, like, he was your pick. Got to give him, you know, acknowledgement for that. And I think the Knights, you know, they're doing great. Another thing I want to mention, you know, we have the Knights and Nova, you know, versing each other off. Nova for that last match, I think Nova still did amazingly well. Nova had to chase the circle every bit of the way, and they still put up a really good amount of points. Kind of like scary, you know, that they had to chase the circle so far deep in such a tough situation, and they inked out every point possible. Like, imagine if the zone went south, right? And Nova just had the third circle, and it was the Knights that had to fight their way in. So it's still like a little toss-up between who's a little bit more on point this week, the Knights or Nova. They both look good right now, but good thing, that's why we got a whole lot more games this week, and we'll see how they duke it out.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Certainly Nova in that first game, I don't think they really made any mistakes. I tend not to want to throw out circle bad luck, you know, as a reason a team didn't do well, because I think for the most part it can be used as an excuse too many times. But certainly you bring up a valid point around Nova's performance, or Nova's lack of getting into the kind of top 4, top 5 in that regard. But either way, this game 2 is on board and playing path fairly on point, going diagonally, hitting up a little bit more on that northern side. APHELION landing around the Cruz Divide. They have the Chosen to the east of them, spreading out between Campo Militar and Al-Azhar. Great spread for the Chosen. But Phazon's popped up, and it's on that southeastern side of the map.
Oh yeah, southeast, Las Leonas. We have had 1, maybe 2. Actually, yeah, 2, maybe even 3. 2 for sure that I could think of. Las Leonas endings. This might be another one. But the, you know, more dire thing is the plane path completely opposite of this circle. So we're gonna see potentially some messy rotations come through, some rushed rotations to try and get a good spot in the zone, because there's a good chance that, you know, most of the southeastern side is going to be completely empty for quite a while.
Indeed. 4 bros have a 2-2 split around the Chumasera area and otherwise. We, of course, introduce a group into this mix, including 19E, Dope Esports, HQA, and I'm not going to lie, I forget who the other team playing. No, it's WALLSTREETBETS. There you go.
WALLSTREETBETS.
Yeah, WALLSTREETBETS. So, yeah, WALLSTREETBETS also in the mix, I suppose, for that PMGC spot. Mind you, they are, as of the start of week 3, they're 299 points behind Nova. So it's going to take a hell of a run, but they're technically still in the mix.
Definitely, and we saw WALLSTREETBETS. They did kind of pop off the first week. They came in hitting hard. They started winning a lot of fights. I even remember, I think it really started to shine on a Miramar match. Actually, WALLSTREETBETS just fight after fight, taking down players after players. That kind of, let the steam let off just a little bit, but there's still that potential. And with the fact that they have maybe somewhat of a chance at a PMGC direct invite, it could fuel them a little bit more for this last week to catch up in some points. But as for now, though, WALLSTREETBETS, I'm trying to take a look at where they are in the circle, and they are taking a look. Oh, they're right north of Nova in Hacienda. They're doing a around Hacienda, so they could. The only team they have to rotate by is Nova to go further south, and that's always scary because Nova always holds these crazy wide splits. So it's like every step of the way as you're trying to get past Nova, there's like another Nova player somewhere down the line that might be, getting the info from his teammates on where to set up to cut off your rotation even further.
Yeah, for me, if I was WALLSTREETBETS, I would actually stick to the very northern edge of the circle and maybe have a player on towards that maybe high ground overlooking Minas. Because if they look to rotate around Nova on the junkyard side, it's quite kind of high ground. It can take a long amount of time to wrap around that kind of Minas hillside and junkyard area, and you're not really gaining any real valuable information. Whereas if you hold onto that northern edge, you're kind of able to possibly pick off a free elimination onto the likes of APHELION, maybe 19E, and then of course you're allowing the teams that are going past you to get deeper into the circle, and then as phase 2 pops up, you have a bit more space.
I'm noticing something that the Panthers are doing right now that's very interesting on the south side. So off of Plane Path, they're looting like Valdemar, which is the very southwest of Miramar.
Yes.
But 2 of their players, instead of looting with them, just rotated all the way deep into the circle to loot within the circle itself. And Nova and the Knights, it's like these 2 teams, even if they don't fight each other in the first match, they're bound to find each other at some point. Now, this is a long-range engagement. We know the Nova team, they don't fully commit to, fights straight up. So it might not play all the way out, but we did see Nova last week. They were playing a lot more aggressive. We'll see what they do right now.
This seems a little bit targeted, in my opinion. Certainly a little bit of awareness for me from the side of Knights and conscious of... sorry, not Knights of Nova, conscious of where the Knights land. HK and WALLSTREETBETS, though, they're engaging on each other around the northern edge of the circle that I recommended. 24k on the underside of the bus. Just can't get that third knock on board. The first aid is pulled out by Faker. Steps up, finds knock, and it's just one player left of WALLSTREETBETS. That's Wanchi, and he's in the back line. He's getting into the buggy. He's driving along, but I don't know how heavily he can get involved in this fight. He makes it across the road onto the underside of the hill. One nade from Faker and HQA cross. We'll see the end of WALLSTREETBETS. Early engagement we didn't really expect, and that's going to be Hanchi taken down. And WALLSTREETBETS, they're eliminated extremely early.
Seeing Huanchi make that play questions everything I just said about WALLSTREETBETS. If you're going to pull up, why would you pull up at the very bottom of the hill?
Yeah.
You're just putting yourself in a position to get taken out. Like, no chance of even fighting. If you want to pull up and do something, pull up near the top and risk maybe getting shot at a little bit, but then you'll have a decent chance to fight back. So, I don't know. very questionable play there out of WALLSTREETBETS, but this is their first game. Same with HQA. This is their first game of the day, so maybe both teams playing a little bit sloppy here. And
I'm going to take some inspiration from Hot Jukes and his hot takes. That was tier 2 level decision making from Hanchi. Simple as that. It was. It was.
Yeah.
They're a team fighting for the PMGC slot, right? Play like a team that wants that PMGC slot.
Well, I mean, they might be playing like a team that wants it, but they might be playing like a team that won't get it, right? Because they're just not.
Damn, son.
I
Look,
mean, just if you're making plays like that,
Exactly.
They got to catch up to the Knights and Nova. Okay, so that's not gonna cut it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Sometimes we gotta call it as we see it, right? And we know the team are capable of so much better. We know all these teams are capable of so much, and sometimes you gotta give them a little bit of a. Sorry, Google was just speaking to me. Google, I was speaking to Zute. I'm not speaking. She can get jealous sometimes.
I see. We do see Nova, you know, in the background right here, doing a classic, you know, Nova thing where you see one player of Nova, and the camera kind of pans somewhere else, and then you see another player of Nova like 100, 200 meters away. You know, the classic Nova big split, you know, in the center of the map. Here we go, the overall map. We're going into circle number 2. Nova controlling that eastern side, that high ground, the mountaintops of Los Leones. Nice deciding just control the north, wait for the next circle shift to see where it goes. It could go up north. We'll see very shortly, but we're losing a lot of players already, and I'm not surprised, right? This southeastern circle with a northwest plane path, bound to happen with a map like Miramar, and it goes down towards the southwestern side.
Yeah, arguably a little bit of a ping pong shift, right? More heavily southwest than even I expected. Fantastic for the Panthers. You may note of that massive split earlier on between the drop areas, and it's worked wonders for their position.
Yep. Yeah, they got a very good, strong position. No, I wouldn't say strong in Circle 1 because it's on the southern edge, but with this shift, it works out for them indeed. And HQA here is on the northeast in the blue. We still got Execute coming in from the blue side. Korean barbecue lovers who had a great game 1 coming in from the southwestern side, also still in the blue. So yeah, this Miramar rotation really difficult for a lot of these teams right now with the way the circles have gone.
MEZEXIS have 2 players inside Los Leones, and although kind of arguably on the very edge of the city, I think it's a bit of a, you know, putting your eggs in one basket and hoping for the best, and you're taking the destiny out of your hands, in my opinion, of a decent result. Let's see how it works for them. The Chosen sends 1 player onto the southern edge of the city, by the way, while the rest of the team look to cover ground on the southeastern high ground.
Oh, the Knights right there. Just playing very, very quiet. So I gotta say something real quick. I feel like there's 2 different there's like a new kind of emerging, you know, play style when you're holding down a strong position. Usually, from what we've seen in past years, you know, you're standing up, taking shots, potentially getting a knock out of a car, but you're definitely forcing teams away from you, right?
Yeah.
With the way, just right there, the Knights, those 2 players at the very top, not even making a move, not even making sound. The other occurrence that might happen is, oh, no one shot up here. There's no way there's someone up here then, right? And then you get very close, and then you get a confirmed point from, you know, just playing very campy and quiet. I mean, there's positive and negatives for both. Just want to throw that out there, seeing those 2 players from Nova just almost looking like they were AFK. And, oh, inactive. One of the Nova. Where's the rest? Okay. There's Koi is here. The rest of Nova are still in the same position as earlier. So it's literally Koi up here by himself. Nova, you know, always doing these type of things.
And it's interesting, kind of both teams that have a lot of kind of Chinese meta influence, both pulling off similar strategies. I made note that the Chosen sent Gaji into the southern edge of Los Leones while the rest of the team held down onto the southeast side. A little bit similar with the Nova, just less than a minute later. Still, the rest of Nova are further away from them, and Kindness, you can see, getting a knock into one of the dope players.
Struggling a little bit to hit those shots earlier, but he still gets. I don't know why he was running in the open there. But I mean, we just caught the tail end of that, and another player of Dope knocked. Is that also to a Nova player? And
No, 19E.
well, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. But next circle about to shift here. Nova picking up one, Chosen with one, the Panthers with one, and that circle goes hard down to the southwest. We had an ending down here just the other day, and Nova, okay, I want to see if Nova does this because they did this, you know, last week or 2 weeks ago, and they won the match, but they'll rotate into this deep goalie ditch to the east of Korean barbecue lovers. I think it was a very similar circle shift, and they just made a really hard committed position rotation there. Span and I questioned a little bit because it didn't look like too great of a position because they were going to be trapped in between a lot of teams in a deep ditch, but they ended up winning. So I don't know if that's a set play from them, but we'll see in a little bit as other teams are, you know, making their rotations as well.
I'd say from where they are all the way on that northeastern side, it's a massive risk. It's not an easy path to get there, but certainly something to look out for and a valuable reminder of what Nova can do in positions that don't always look the best to be in. The Panthers, in the early parts of the game, haven't really had to move too far outside of sending two players up to the other two in the phase 1 circle. They have a bit of a split holding onto the warehouses, looking across the road, but the Chosen are close by.
Panthers showing signs of life this game with 3 eliminations now, getting a nice position in the circle, like from phase number or circle number 1, getting a little bit rewarded with those shifts back to back here, taking a fight with 4 bros. We don't really know what happened to back to back last game besides Polo being a solo player up until the very end. Here we get to see them in action as they're taking this close range fight with 4 bros. 4 bros playing a little bit scared, it seems. They do have a player on the outside with a different angle, giving some pressure fire, but 4 bros actually only has 3 players up to the 4 of back-to-back.
Able to get the first aid off was quite valuable, but an aid will trickle both players inside that building down to less than half health. Back-to-back, holding on to a bit of discipline. That one knock is all it's going to take. They don't know that it's only 3 players left, to be fair, so they're presuming it's somewhat of a full squad, but they push in, they get the trade. Great play by the players back-to-back, and there's just one more left inside the long building. Clock throws out a nade to try and protect himself a little bit more. Killswitch knows where he is, wants to stay on, opens the door and is gifted, welcomed by a free kill. It's like, knock, knock, who's there? The free elimination point.
Yeah, back-to-back, clearing that one out very cleanly. 4 bros look a little just panicked in different ways. We saw 2 players not making a move and just getting absolutely destroyed, and then that last player just running around back and forth, really like two extremes, like not very dedicated movements or like decision making. I would have to say cohesive, that's another good word for it. As the circle goes to the southeast, the Panthers heavily rewarded for that one. TC also in a decent good position. The eastern edge, we do have Nova and 19 Esports coming in. They might have to contest each other for that spot, and the Knights, they have a far rotation to make from the northwestern side.
I think Nova are just a little bit distracted by the final player of Angry Esports, Skur, for the time being, but still looking ahead deeper into this circle, over across the road towards the Panthers. Knights picking up and knock onto one of the execute players over on the western side of the map, much further away from the circle, as you may note of. Back to back, looking for a clean entry point into the western edge. Time's ticking, circle is going to start closing in. Godfam picking up a knock onto Mao. That's going to be the end of Most Wanted. It seems like a crash was made, and a crash went against the side of Most Wanted.
Yeah, I like this push out of the Knights. They were far from the zone, like we mentioned, so may as well go for the points, the elimination. They had an opening, and they know they have the advantage using this lower ground ridge side with all the players of Execute on flat ground near the top. And yeah, the Knights are running them down, looking like a completely new team. This Knights team is like prime form Knights, taking fights, not scared, giving up the rotation for the chance of getting elimination points, but they are doing it so well right now.
It's fluid, right? It's communication personified. It's a perfect balance between position and aggression. It's the Knights that we expected coming into this PMPL. We maybe had to wait a little bit longer than expected, but it's great to see it shining through. They did lose Xenox in the process, by the way, so they are down to 3 players, but picking up a bunch of elimination points is certainly not a bad thing. 19E holding on to the southeastern edge of the circle. The Panthers in front of them back-to-back will be gatekeeping Knights on the edge of the circle, by the way, is APHELION. Have 2 players knocked.
Yeah, APHELION still struggling. I don't think we will ever see APHELION return to form as they had the insane week in week number 1. Here they're getting picked off by 19 Esports. 19 Esports making the push now after that double knock. Some shots coming out from long distance. That might have been Angry Amateurs, and Nova taking a fight with MEZEXIS. Ren is down. MEZEXIS has the man advantage now.
They do indeed. They stuck to Los Leones. It didn't work out as the circle shifted down south. They bided their time. They were aware that there was always going to be plenty of teams in front of them. Maybe they've arguably caught out Nova a tiny bit with Yi, down to a sliver of health. Great play by Peralta. And they comes out by Floor, connects onto Yi. Quite good for the side of MEZEXIS, but they need to follow through. Floor's prone down. Where's the movement? Pappy and active. You got to make a push. Time's ticking. Blue Zone's starting to close in. Peralta gets a knock into one of the chosen players, but that shouldn't be the focus. The focus has to be on this fight for the time being. Pappy Sour thrown him down, gets another knock. That's going to be incredibly valuable as Nova are eliminated. MEZEXIS pick up the engagement.
Great push by MEZEXIS. That was MEZEXIS on the aggression. And they only lost 1 player in that fight against the likes of Nova. So really well done for MEZEXIS. And I don't think Nova necessarily played that poorly either. It was just MEZEXIS just played that better. It was a very nice, cleanly executed push with the utility. Great job for them. The new circle has shifted, giving the Chosen, once again, this might be another really good game for the Chosen. Last game, they didn't have many elimination points, though. This time around, they already have 4. They have 4 players up and a strong position in the zone.
APHELION being able to recover as a 3-person team is somewhat valuable. HQA wrapping around. We are going to have the graphic for the analyst predictions. Jukes has gone for the Panthers back-to-back from the 7 Worlds, and Korean Barbecue Lovers is the pick for Glitter Explosion. What do you make of that, Tute?
I would go with the Panthers. If I had to throw a pick up there, I would say the Panthers. What about you?
I know, I'm feeling back-to-back, so I'm kind of with 7 Worlds on that one. So kind of, but I certainly see where you and Jukes are coming from. I can tell you that much. The Knights are going to have to get past the pick from Glitter Explosion, Korean Barbecue Lovers. Looks like the run might be over for you, Glitter, as Joey pushes down, but he's going to be knocked onto his knees at the hands of Tensa. No gun in his hands is going to get him nowhere. As Coops played around on the inside of the building, Acer and Kwan, it's a 2v2. Spec is going to go one up. Acer is on the underside. Just a sliver of health left on board. Spec knows he has a run of it, but he's going to get knocked on the sideline. It is once again one-on-one. But Coops is the man to clutch it all up. If anybody can do it, Coops can do it.
Oh, man. This Knights team, I can't even blame. That's not even a Glitter curse. That's just the Knights playing like the Knights, man. I think any team fighting the Knights for this week, you got to be careful. You got to be on your toes. And Jukes wants to change his pick now because hashtag Zute curse. But I think the Panthers are looking strong. You see them right there. APHELION not in the zone quite yet, and they have to try and get past the Panthers or APHELION Esports. 19 Esports getting gate kept right now by 2 teams.
Yeah, and all the Panthers need to do is kind of send 19E towards APHELION Esports and the other way around. Hey, picking up a knock here or there is certainly great, but they know they have the control of the edge of the circle. It's some off that train coming in on the inside. APHELION, Nate gets a knock onto one of the 19E players on the other side, but it's going to get instantly traded by Baby Tang in the blue. It's going to get eliminated. That's the end of 19E. And that's Clown is the last one alive for the first time in forever. Down they go, and the Panthers clean things up on the south edge.
the Knights with 2 players.
Sorry, Knights.
Still being so scary. Yeah, he came out of nowhere, third party that, and they get the circle on their side with their backs to it. So a lot of teams with 4 members probably won't be up 4 members by the time, you know, they have to take a fight with the Knights. So this really works out for the Knights. I would say the Panthers could probably sneak into the southeastern edge by keeping 4 up, but they will have to kind of contest MEZEXIS potentially.
But
as for back-to-back and the Chosen, they're fully out of the zone. They have to cross from the north side of the road down to the south.
isn't there a prediction rule that if the team you predict is taken out by another team, then your pick automatically gets transferred to the other team? So we kind of should give Glitter Explosion, you know, the Knights for the second game. Look, I'm on your side, Glitter. I'm trying to help you out here. But of course, back-to-back, looking to, stop that once again and get into the edge of the circle. They have a full squad up to 3 eliminations. It's a good position to be in, but they still got to find their comfortable position inside the circle.
HQA still in the zone with 1 player. The lone player at the shack might actually last there 1 more zone, maybe, because everyone has an edge position to play with. Maybe a team will do a split and take that shack, but you see teams are prepping, TC prepping with smokes. They got to cross that dangerous road, and back-to-back will be there to meet them.
I'm a little bit surprised back-to-back isn't pushing more forward because their terrain is extremely flat. They have a little room to maneuver around, and that's the kind of product of it. And Nade is going to get 1 knock on 4, instantly traded. The second one comes through. J7 is going to clutch it up for the time being. Not out of the woods just yet. Pulling off a first aid, information being given over. J7 is knocked. Polo is going to at least give him something to work with as J-Way is going to be able to pull off the first aids, pull off the revives, and I believe that was a third party by MEZEXIS. The Chosen are eliminated.
That was the Chosen playing sloppy there. The opening knock onto the Chosen was a team nade. Coops gets up, goes for 2, maybe a 3-pointer. Oh, falls just a little bit short. He might have 1 more, but back-to-back, going from 4 players down to 2. And the blue zone, they're both in the blue zone. They got to move in just a little bit. And the Knights right now playing really well with a 2-man defense.
And the circle shifts down south. Great for the Knights on that low ground position. J-Way's knocked, and Coops knows exactly roughly where Polo is. Got to hear out this now for the movements. Finish that elimination off. Is this Knights pulling it off once again? Coops clutches up.
Just too good.
Back-to-back go down. Take it easy, Knights. Take it easy, Coops.
Coops just ran up there like he was playing a classic match. Like, oh, there's a player up here. I'll just take him out, no problem. And he barely lost any HP. Like, barely any. I mean, Coops just doing Coops thing. The Knights still up with 2 with the zone. The Panthers been whittled down to 3. MEZEXIS with the 3. Like I predicted, there won't be a full 4-man team when they have to go against the likes of the Knights. We saw last game, they won a 2v3. And these teams are fighting each other and not the Knights, the team that they should all be worried about.
Yeah, exactly. Just Knights like snake in the desert, waiting for the moment to strike their venom into the hearts of their opponents. The Panthers picking up a couple of eliminations, followed by the squad-wide. Great play by Moso, by the way. Individually, he got those 3 eliminations for his side and clears that northern edge. Frady and Fears covering the south side. They should know that there's a team right in front of them down on the southern edge of the circle. Cross is still going strong inside the shack, but he needs to move out. Coops is knocked down. It's just 1 player left in the form of Spec, but no more. The Knights have been shut down by the Panthers, and we're left with just 2 teams. Cross, Honors, and Lonesome in a 1v3. The smokes go out. The Panthers, Ute, they know exactly where they are, where that final player is, and this is pretty much one and done. Job done, the boogie move, driving around looking for the elimination, giving the information over, but Cross has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and the Panthers, they take game 2.
The Panthers, well, Hot Jukes and I, we predicted right, cast the curse, no more, and I think that solo play by Moso was great, and his position setup and reference to his team, even better. He had the perfect cross angle to cover his two teammates from the push, and the second he let out his gunfire, his teammates stood up and took it out onto the last member of the Knights. But still, the Panthers and the Knights, I think this game was their game. I mean, the Knights won last game. Another good game for the Knights, and the Panthers bouncing back. We saw week 1. They were maybe second place after the first week. Yeah, the Panthers did really good. Second week, nowhere to be seen, and now we're coming into week number 3, and they're looking like they're here to fight.
We can definitely recognize the circle look, but indeed the Panthers secure game 2. Let's head to the highlights and then back to the desk.
And the caster curse, no more. The Panthers getting that dub. That's what we like to see right there. Hey, what can I say? I knew it, you know? But that's how we get it done. That's how we get it done. Yes, round of applause for me. But round of applause for the Panthers. That was a great game for them. And, you know, a big round of applause for the Knights. The Knights have been putting in a great start here at this phase. That's what we've been waiting for from the Knights. And the back-to-back and some good points as well, Glitter, as we bring up the match results.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as soon as Korean barbecue lovers ran into Knights, I knew it was going to be game over, because right now, I think anyone that runs into the Knights is gonna have a bad time. And like you said, I mean, first of all, huge shout out to the Panthers. 13 elims for the chicken dinner, making it a total of 28 points. That's a fantastic game for the Panthers, but it's not back-to-back 7, but a 30-point chicken dinner and then a 20-point second game of the day out of the Knights is wildly impressive so far.
That's what we're talking about. After we saw that first game, we're like, okay, everybody in that team came to play. And you hinted at it, and I'm going to be hinting at it too. I think they saw that PMGC leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. We'll try to show you that in the next couple days. And I think they got a little bit mad. Because Nova passed them, and Knights today was like, okay, we need to bring our end game in. That's exactly what we're seeing. What's impressive too is that, like, every single time at the end of the last 2 matches, it's just 2 players. It's not the full squad. If they can somehow find a way to just keep that full squad alive at the end, oh, it's gonna be an insane day for Knights. But if we go down the list, you can see HQA Esports there with 16 points. We keep going down, and back to back, I mean, a team that we've been talking about, wondering if they were going to become the back-to-back champions of NA. They're not getting those 20 points, but hey, at least they're getting 11 points and trying to get a little bit closer up on that overall leaderboard. Hot Jukes.
Hey, 2 matches and double digits so far every single match. I'll take it from back to back. You know, let's start that rise up. We still got a few days left here before we can start seeing them really getting heated up. And I'll tell you what, the best time to be hot is right towards the end when it comes to these time of tournaments here. That is a fact. Take a look here at the overall ranking here for Phase 3. 7 Knights, 50 points so far.
That is impressive after just 2 matches. And what I'm loving more too is the way those 50 points are split. Literally right smack down the middle. 25 placement and 25 eliminations. And the eliminations is even more impressive because second place and third place are only beating them by just 1 elimination combined. So that's insane the way Knights is currently playing back to back. we were talking about them too. Very surprised to see them here. Actually, kind of happy to see them here. Hopefully, they'll finally start picking it up, and this trend will continue on. The Panthers, this was a team we were talking about at the beginning of the day, and your pick as well, Hot Jukes. We're wondering if they were going to be able to bring it back, especially with Chico and what was going on with the dynamic there of the team. I'm happy to see them here. And with Korean Barbecue Lovers, I mean, 5th place, 18 points. We're not mad at that at all, Glitter.
No, that's a really solid spot for them to be in, especially if they want to be keeping themselves in the running. I mean, they're just going to be nice and comfortable as long as they can continue to average points like this. They're going to be very excited about that. The fact that we get MEZEXIS up here on this first page with 16 points. I mean, obviously, Knights have kind of soaked up a lot of those points, which we'll see reflected here yet again in our top damage dealers. I mean, to be fair, Panthers had a really solid game, over 2k damage for those 13 elims. But once again, the Knights showing up, almost 1,700 damage, 10 elims. But this is a much better game for a lot of these teams across the board. I mean, Chosen showing up again. MEZEXIS having a great day. Back-to-back is... why? Can we just set why? Why do they have to do this to us? Why can't they do this in phases 1 and 2?
Correct.
And then not need the extra pressure?
They like playing with our emotions. That's exactly what it comes down to. This is a team that for the last 2 seasons, when they were champions, it would always be like that. But, I mean, it's still going to be interesting because of the bonus points. Like Hodges was saying on his segment earlier. I'm really intrigued to see how much that's going to end up hurting them. Also, what's up with today? I mean, we have had some great matches. Everybody almost getting up to 1k damage at back-to-back games. I mean, if this can please continue on, I'm all for it, okay? I'm definitely all for it. And with the conversion that we're seeing out of some of these teams, I mean, Korean Barbecue Lovers, not the best conversion, but hey, at least they were able to show up here with the 677 damage there and 1 elim. MEZEXIS, too. I don't remember the player's name, but there was a MEZEXIS player that just decided to get off a buggy at the most unfortunate time, and that boy got laid out so quick.
Man, I mean, out just like that. I think that these players and these teams are really just sensing the urgency here and just really understanding this format, because every game matters so much. Just like we saw at the end, the HQA player, he hid from the Panthers. He said, you know what? I'm going to go hide behind the shack, deny those Panthers one more point, because you never know if that point's going to make the difference. And I think we got to take a look at those Panthers player stats right here. Mosso, that off angle, he was just shredding everybody, Glitter.
Yeah, and not to mention, I mean, Cross did a really good job staying alive and letting everybody else die around to get some more points for HQA. But like you're saying, Panthers, I mean, what we'd like to see here is the fact that this is a very evenly spread amount of damage. Mosso obviously doing the most, 7 elims, 7 knockouts for 721 damage. And we know that 7 is happy with that. But we also get Chico stepping up, Brady stepping up, and even Fears is still getting some damage on the board. And this is what we want to see out of the Panthers, because they need to really, I think everybody, the last week of this entire event, heading into finals, all of it is your opportunity to snowball from here through the rest of the competitive ecosystem that is PUBG Mobile, right? So these types of step-ups for these squads are huge, okay? And I want to see more of it.
Yeah, especially from, you know, these new squads with new teammates. They're putting in that work here. That's what we like to see. They can make it happen at the highest level. And of course, guys, make sure you got your calendars written down. Get your pen and paper, because the Resort Rumble is going to be coming here very shortly. As you can take a look at the creator. Look at the scheduled events. All those amazing creators. Look at the times. Mark it down. All on the official PUBG Mobile channel. That is what we'd like to see right there. Guys, make sure you get in that qualification. I know they give out all kinds of good prizes and all kinds of good stuff like that. So, 7, any final thoughts as we're about to go into the jungle?
I would actually like to see, I'm going to be a little bit of a devil's advocate, okay? Yes, the Panthers won that last match, but I feel like most of the game they did end up getting Sunblazed right up until the end, and then we saw some adversity. I would like to see some of these teams not getting Sunblazed as much and see how they react to that.
Well, I think they're all saying, no, I want to get Zone Blessed, especially here in this Sandhawk match, because that zone, Papa Blue, is relentless. Let's go ahead and take it over to Imperium and Zute to see who is going to get blessed today.
As well as the Resort Rumble that the Jukes mentioned, we got the Rumble in the Jungle heading on to Sanhok for game number 3 of the day. And yeah, it's going to be a good one. I like what Seven mentioned around the kind of zone blessing and what the Panthers can do with that. But is there anything you're particularly looking out for in this Sanhok game?
I actually wanted to touch on the zone blessing thing
Go
because
for it.
game 1, Knights got zone blessed, right? And they crushed it, 30 points. Game 2, they did not get zone blessed, and they crushed it, 20 points. 50 points in 2 games. So
Fair.
the Knights, I literally threw that question. How are the Knights going to do when they don't get the zone? Because we saw them get it game 1 and they're still doing great. And as far as the zone goes for this match, unfortunately, Nova is not in here because I was going to make the joke. It doesn't. Oh, wait, Nova is in here. Okay. Sorry. I glanced at the team list and my eyes must have missed them. But yeah, the zone does not matter for Nova. At least for the Knights, it will matter because the Knights actually play the zone. The Nova team plays the med strat, and everybody else, they just do whatever they can.
Koi, that's pretty much it, right? Just Koi.
Mhm.
That's all there needs to be said. When you think of Sanhok and Nova Esports, we have a Northern Phase 1 popping up as well, so that's even
look at that highest
better
damage real quick.
for Nova Esports.
Do you see that, Imperium? The highest damage?
No, what, 1500?
It was 3 members of Knights.
Oh, I didn't notice that now. I didn't correlate that. Damn.
The top damage leaders right now are all Knights player. The top 3, all Knights. I mean, I'm not surprised, right? 25 eliminations in 2 games. So, I mean, Knights crushing it right now in the circle. We actually haven't seen a Sanhok circle like this, which kind of surprises me, right? Because from what I can recall from memory, we have not seen a northeastern Sanhok circle. We've seen a northwestern-ish, like around where Star Gaming was, but I mean, this one is like potentially Paradise Resort or to the east of it, you know, the ending, at least from what we could see. So this will be a little bit of a different type of Sanhok game than any of the games or matches that these teams have played.
Yeah, but I really like this phase 1 because it incorporates so much of the mainland. I really hope it's a bit of an eastern shift on phase 2 as well, because I sympathize with the teams in a lot of ways when it comes to the Sanhok circle shifts and the 3 islands being incorporated. So when you have that kind of mainland guaranteed finish in phase 1, phase 2, to me, it takes that excuse per se away, and it allows all of these teams to, as much as possible, flex their ability in the mainland of Sanhok.
I definitely agree. We have the Knights here already making a very quick rotation. And one thing I really like out of anytime we're spectating an individual Knights player, it almost doesn't matter who we spectate. But you see they're constantly peeking things, not because they think there's a player there, but they're just keeping their fingers and really active. So when an engagement does happen, they're like as warmed up as possible. Because a lot of the times in these games, you're really not doing anything. You're just sitting around and waiting. And when a fight does break out, you know, it's always better to be a little bit more warmed up. You know, if you're constantly, you know, peeking things, lean peeking, crouching, you know, scoping in, scoping out, you know, pressing your buttons. Like you could easily do that on the fly when a fight breaks out too. So just a little bit of a thing I notice anytime we watch like players like Xenox or Spec in particular.
Yeah, it's a really valuable point you bring on board. It's an often not really talked about aspect of the game, right? It is just keeping your fingers warm, keeping the automation around the unconscious part of your mind that is it's just, you know, because the less you have to think about kind of peeking, leaning and shooting, the more time you have to think about what else is going on around you. So yeah, a great valuable point on board. But what I do notice that Knights have gone kind of a little bit deeper into the central part of phase 1 than I expected. I thought they'd hold on to Northern Bootcamp Hill for a little bit longer.
Like I said, we haven't really seen a circle like this come out before, so not too sure exactly what any of the teams are going to do as far as their like favorable first position and But with that being said, I don't think these teams either really are too familiar with what other teams are going to do, as the Knights do take down one player of MEZEXIS being kind of caught out, straggling.
Seems like MEZEXIS kind of made their way up on the southern hillside around the Paradise Resort area. It's close to the compound that the Knights hold on to, and the perfect moment for Knights to strike. And that was definitely well coordinated as well by Knights. I'd argue that multiple Knights players shot at once to get that knock on board, to get that knock executed, and that's the value of teamwork. And it simply is a summary of how good as a team Knights have played so far today.
Definitely. So we know the Knights are on top of their game. Is there another team so far that kind of looks like you're confident that they're... I know we're only 2 games in, but based on what you've seen, and another team that's like, you know, impressing you, or at least like makes you feel like, okay, this is the team that we saw before, and they're here to play as well?
The Chosen, really.
Okay.
I think they've had great performance in the first 2 games. Game 1, they very nearly won, and yes, definitely valid points around kind of choking it per se. But to go up against the Knights and to still make it such an intense end game, to me says a lot. And then in game 2, they still did a lot to try and control their position outside the Los Leones. Definitely a couple of mistakes made, but to me, they're on a really good path to get a lot of points today, and even possibly a chicken dinner.
Ooh, okay, chicken and dinner. We'll see. Right now, it's a very slow game. Sandhawk, of course, always a slow burner. We do have teams that we see, even in previous Sandhawk matches, not even commit to rotations, and then instead they're just looking to camp out teams and go for eliminations. As Angry Amateurs, you know, they're doing exactly just that, trying to camp the dope team and pick up some points, because the circle's not very favorable for many of the teams involved.
So, like, what would you do if you're dope in this situation? Because they arguably should know that HQA dropping hat thing. Angry Amateurs go for a split drop around the mountainside.
Yeah.
They kind of have nowhere to go.
It's just, I mean, I wouldn't put myself in that situation to begin with. I feel like Sandhawk is probably the only map, in my opinion, that hot dropping for a location to constantly fight for is, you know, okay. Any other map, Miramar, Erangel, like, the map's so big, you have your options, you have your pathing rotations, you know, but Sandhawk, I would not ever just dedicate my entire team into one little spot with another team dropping close by on a split. I feel like that just sets you up for complications constantly. But of course, this is kind of like an alternate drop, right? Because certain teams aren't playing. Certain different teams kind of change their positions based on who's sitting out. So Dope doesn't always put themselves in this situation. But if you are put in this situation, it's hard to say, man. Like, just try and make it out as safe as possible. That's all I got.
Well, you know what? I've got the best option available. It's one word. You should know it.
Oh, it's a botation?
Yeah.
You really want Dope to go away from the zone, deeper into the blue, to find a boat.
If
okay.
Okay. I will admit it's way too late into phase 1 circle. We're 8.5 minutes in. But if they genuinely got in a boat within the first 2.5 minutes, I would say a botation would work, because they could go all the way in towards Mong Nai, and that would give them a lot of valuable ground to cover, and they'd be able to loot up Mong Nai. 9 out of 10, 99% chance that would work. They've left it too late, but botation would have worked, at least in my eyes, and I will have nothing more said about that.
Okay, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. If they did get in the boat, that rotation would work. If they get to Mong Nai, no one's there. So I know I always, you know, have harsh criticisms on botations, and you're an advocate for it, but I will give you, with due respect, you're not wrong with that one. As a second circle centers up on Paradise. So for now, it might go around there. Who knows where the circle could go still? It could go back to the northeast like we've seen before. But is that THIRDEYE in Paradise in a great position? But Paradise Resort it's not easy to hold if you keep getting the zone. We've seen a lot of teams falter with deciding which side of Paradise, to stack up on as far as defense goes. And then a lot of times we see teams get overran when two teams, take Paradise at the same time, and then the team holding it gets, chopped down to 2 players. And THIRDEYE, I mean, I don't feel like they're a team that has the experience to hold off of Paradise defense if it goes in there like 2 more zones.
I'm really not a fan of staying in Paradise Resort center circle or not, because of the massive walls. You're limited on the amount of information you can really gather while staying inside the area. So look, THIRDEYE, they can wait it out and hope for the best. Suppose being in the center on phase 2 is technically not a bad thing, but high risk, high reward, all eggs in one basket is 19E. Throw the smokes down early on in this movement to make it down to the compound. They get there safely before bros. One player is in around the area. Laurent in the front line, Master in the back end, throws out a knock, connects on the SoFly. Great play, but now Laurie needs to follow suit. A nade being cooked up. Well, Laurie's position has been spotted out. Great nade will send player of 19E Baby Tang along, and Laurie's going to find the second knock, but goes a little bit too deep and gets knocked out.
Yeah.
4 bros, if you're going to engage, where's the rest of the team?
Yeah, Laurie should have just kept putting pressure on his side of the team that has, all the angles. He definitely pushed in way too aggressive. Way too over-aggressively, not synced up with the rest of the team. Now, what Laurie did wasn't bad if his team was committed to pushing, right?
I kind of put more of a mistake on the rest of the team than Laurie. I definitely agree with you. But to me, like, where's the back-end support? Where's Clock? Where's Holders, right? They're kind of scratching their butts. Come on, like, if you're going to engage as a team.
Yeah, it's... This is the thing at the high levels, right? You'll get individual players that have great mechanics, that individually can make good plays, but when that's not synced up to the rest of the team, it just looks bad overall for the whole team. And now, 4 bros who had a great position with 4 players, now they're down to 3, and they have a full team next to them at these compounds, and even worse, that full team knows the team up the hill only has 3, so if for whatever reason 19 Esports needs to push 4 bros, they'll know they have the advantage.
Phase 2 blue zone getting to the tail end. We will see phase 3 pop up. Dope did make it across onto the mainland, by the way. They took that bridge along the way and they hold on to the black hole area. You can see the overview right now. HQA hanging on to the cow terrain. Star Gaming in a great position on the hillside overlooking Tapmock and across the way from Paradise Resorts. I really like their spread in the 3-1 split. Hopefully that will benefit them in the next circle as it is centered up once again.
Yo, this circle, I'm liking this the more I see it. We might get that split between the north and south of the road if it shifts south, but if it doesn't, right, if it goes to the north side of that road, then you have the giant hilltops south of Paradise Resort. You have Paradise Resort. I feel like almost no matter how you cut it, this circle of Sandhawk is going to be more hectic than usual. And take a look at how many teams are alive, how many players are still alive. 62.
Wow.
It's about to be a party right now. And we see Paradise Resort. There is like 2 full teams here and potentially a 3rd one sneaking in.
Take me down to Paradise City where the grass is green, the girls are pretty, and the blood flows in the form of the eliminations going down between all of these teams. The hit list have pushed their way in. You made note of a 3rd team that seems to be in the form of Star Gaming, breaching the walls of Paradise Resort, heading into the main building. Nesquik has absolutely no idea that Gunda is there, and he gets dropped down. Followed on board with just the 2-piece, traded by Robert GG. Important, but still not out of the woods just yet for Star Gaming. They have 2 players knocked, sorry, 1 player knocked, 1 player confirmed. Either way, the best they can hope for is getting a 3rd player up. Peaceful, looking to cook up the nade. They know they're inside the room. The revive has been laid out. Great play by THIRDEYE, but they need to get the cohesive engagement on board. They need to make sure that they clean up the side of Star Gaming as quickly as possible.
Star Gaming priming another nade. Robert got the trade earlier. Can he get a follow-up? Oh, that nade didn't even do any damage. It looked good. THIRDEYE holding this defense pretty well, but you see a third team here now. Dope is at Paradise Resort. And also the Knights, I'm looking at the minimap. I think they sent 2 players of the Knights really close by to Paradise to maybe grab a foothold early on if it shifts up here. But the fight continues between THIRDEYE and Star Gaming. This time, THIRDEYE going aggressive will clean that team out, but here it comes that third party. This was what I prefaced earlier. I worry about teams that hold down Paradise Resort because so many teams come in at so many different angles.
They hit this, picking their moment, picking their poison. Although Jachi was knocked, for the most part, they've whittled THIRDEYE down to 2 players. You made note of the Knights, and it does seem like they did send 2 players further close towards a southwestern edge point of the compound of this city per se. The resort that is Paradise. And Dope on that northern side as well, breaching in. 1 player flash very close to the players of THIRDEYE.
We're nearing the next shift, and even now there's 56 left alive. So we got a huge showdown coming up for a lot of the teams. Nova as a 4-man in the circle this late in the game. Yeah, they're actually in the circle. That's not Nova in yellow down there. That's actually the Chosen in the blue as the zone shifts down to the southeast. Paradise Resort is going to be a very messy exit for all the teams involved.
Korean barbecue lovers, angry amateurs, far outside the circle on this current shift. Korean barbecue lovers made their way, I believe, through the trifecta location. Angry amateurs swam across either way. Both are on the boot camp hillside, the coastline of this land. Sam getting a knock with the DBS. Angry amateurs being brutalized by the side of Korean barbecue lovers. Kwon was knocked, but a very quick engagement gives them a little bit more time to now get the revive off and move into the edge of the circle.
Opportunities to be had. Full reset for Korean barbecue lovers. MEZEXIS has made it into the center of the zone at the compounds. Definitely the strongest position right now because they could just lay their heads low. 4 bros. THIRDEYE. There's actually so many teams already in the zone, but at the same time so many teams not, because we have so many players still left alive. I think this is the most amount of players we've seen alive in any Sandhawk game, because like you mentioned in the very beginning, we know where the circle's gonna end, on the main island somewhere in the northeastern section.
There's also a compound on the south side that's locked down by Ace of Spades, a very important compound, especially if the next circle once again shifts down south. The cluster of action, Hot Jukes said it before the start of the game. Papa Blue is going to come out to play. He's going to look to victimize these players and teams heading into the end of Phase 4, start of Phase 5. HQA, I believe, picking up a second knock into WALLSTREETBETS. Confirm the eliminations, pick up the points, give yourself more control. Even though it's inside the blue, you can push in to the edge of the circle off the back of that.
You just saw Korean barbecue lovers full send the Shack, not in the zone, but outside the zone where one of the players Knights are. So Knights lose 1 player. Everyone else here just doing a mad dash towards the zone, shooting their way in pretty much. So many this is the messiest Sandhawk game I've seen yet. Like, just take a look at this overhead shot. The Panthers in zone, TC snaking up. I'm not even sure if the Panthers are aware of them. HQA just in the blue zone trying to fight their way in.
They have no idea.
4 bros close by.
They have no idea. They have no idea. They're too distracted, too focused on the side of 4 bros and the teams, and the circle is going to shift down towards the southwestern side, southeastern side, my apologies, right towards the Chosen. If they could stab the Panthers in the back, they could steal this game away. There's still plenty of teams alive, but you couldn't have asked for a better circle shift for the side of Chosen.
On the northwestern side of things, complete opposite of that circle shift, we have Sam with
DBS.
the 3-piece, and he will not be able to come. I don't think he's going to get any of those points.
No.
Coops is coming up though to steal them. Oh, okay. If Coops eliminates this player without going for the finishes, Sam will be awarded those points. But never mind. There's one stolen. Oh man, and it's shots being shot by Nova from distance. Dirt gets up, takes down Coops. Here comes Spec with the follow-up. And that is the hit list out, and then, oh, does not stop. Here's the backstab, but the Panthers actually are able to turn it back around. It's a 1v1 situation.
I don't know exactly what went down, but either way, it's coming down to this 1v1 indeed. The revive looking to be pulled out. Who's going to win the game? I know the predictions came through somewhat earlier on in the last minute or so. Hotchkiss going for Chosen, Seven Worlds going for Nova, and Glitter Explosion going for Ace of Spades. I put my money on Glitter Explosion's pick of Ace of Spades because they have a great position and they're somewhat out of sight, out of mind.
I would have to go with the Nova team just because a win on Sandhawk, unheard of. Imagine, be making history right now. But we'll see. As the Panthers, they do get that reset onto their second player, and I think they finished the fight. Yeah, they finished the fight against the Chosen. The backstab did not work out for the Chosen. The Chosen are still alive, but they had to, completely give that fight up. The Panthers will go back up to 3. Ace of Spades, a strong, solid pick, as they have 4 players alive, but we haven't seen much from them today. So even with 4 players, they might mess this one up, as Nova coming into the late game with 2. Of course, Koi in the blue zone, just healing his way towards the whenever he runs out of medkits.
We've got 7 teams left, and actually only 1 team is inside the circle, and that's 2 players from the Panthers that are inside that building. Ace of Spades are not in, it's centered up. 2 players from Nova that are pushing in towards the northwestern edge of the circle. That is that low ground of that hillside. A very vicarious circle that we are witnessing in the late stages of the Sandhawk game. But I gotta say, I absolutely love it. Not a threat of a circle shifting onto another island. This is the mainland finish that I was looking for. Friday for the Panthers. Get some pre-fire shots on towards HQA, knowing that they're pushing down from the top of the building, top of the hill, inside the building. Looking for the entry point, but he's going to get knocked Chiwan now, all on his lonesome, and that's going to be the end of HQA. The Panthers finish them off extremely quickly.
I think that might have been Ace of Spades. I just saw on the kill feed. He actually finished last player from HQA. So
yeah,
Ace of Spades. Yeah, Ace of Spades getting a really good setup. The prediction, after all, was for Ace of Spades to win this. The Panthers now trapped as 3 inside the compound. They would have to exit through the blue and then run into the open. Ace of Spades, they have a good deadlock on the rest of the map, as well as they commit Versa to watching everywhere else. It is pretty much down to Ace of Spades and the Panthers. WALLSTREETBETS with 1 player up, 24K. He's
great shots by Nemesis.
Yeah, and great smokes to try and open up some options for the Panthers to get out of the coffin they put themselves in.
Just continuing to put pressure. Blinky with the nade, Nemesis with the shots, vice versa, back and forth. Mount the pressure, slow them down, give them nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The building may still be inside the circle, but if you give them no room to breathe, they will eventually suffocate. Although, don't waste all your utilities straight away, spread it out. Be aware, Ace of Spades, the job isn't done just yet. The game isn't over. You still got to consider the factors involved. 24K from WALLSTREETBETS crawling in. Ace of Spades have no idea. Koi in the back end as well. It seems like he's running to the hills out of meds. Possibly only a 4th place finish for Nova Esports.
The pace that Koi is going at on the minimap looks like he's medding his way in. If he was out of meds, he'd be full sprinting. Yeah, Koi is coming up. But Versa so aware, still checking his back. So even though Koi might... If Versa wasn't watching, Koi would be able to sneak it in. Koi out of meds now, forced to make a run in and taken out by Versa. Very good heads-up play by Ace of Spades. Always check your back, even if it's covered in blue. You never know on Sandhawk.
Patience rewarded for Versa and Ace of Spades. Their expertise is Sandhawk across the PMPL North America Fall split. They have performed the best inside the jungle map. They take down the final player, WALLSTREETBETS, and now the only team that's in front of them is the side of Panthers. It's a clean 3v3 engagement. Blinky, you are going for broke. Breaching the building, a big risk. It's not going to work out. He's going to get knocked. The pressure now on Ace of Spades. They need to try and turn this around.
Oh, man. That was... If the Panthers have a few... Oh, they're coming out. They're coming out in Spades. all three, Imperium.
The Royal Flush, laying it all on the line. Let's see if they can finish the deal. Fears gets another knock. It is a 1v1 inside the building. Fears going up against Nemesis. Great job done so far. Pushes on board. Fears down to half health. Pre-fire here. Just a tickle more. Ace of Spades. Get the Royal Flush. And they get the chicken dinner.
Oh man, I don't think it was not Ace of Spades. It was actually the Panthers.
What?
with
No, it wasn't.
Another. Yeah,
What?
it was Fears pushing up on that.
Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute idiot. I got too excited. Throw me a bone. Throw me a bone.
Okay, Imperium, I understand you
Ah.
wanted Ace of Spades to win because Glitter picked them, but it is
I
a
know.
back-to-back
Sorry.
for the Panthers. This is the week 1 Panthers here, okay?
Yeah.
Of course, Ace of Spades threw that. Blinky, he threw that for the
Yeah.
team. He had them trapped. But he went peekaboo for the window, peeking into 3 players for what? For what reason?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Gotta coordinate that push. Gotta coordinate it, right?
I mean, if I was on Ace of Spades, I would be grilling him right
Yeah,
now. like,
definitely.
hard.
On a side note, apologies, Panthers. Didn't mean to disrespect it. Great job with that back-to-back chicken dinner. Despite that little bit of circle look, again, incredible resilience, incredible cover. They bided their time and they got themselves another win. Let's head to the highlights.
The Panthers with that back-to-back chicken dinner. That's how you get it done. I know what they had in their cup, and it had to be Monster Energy. That's right, our official energy drink partner here. Now, Glitter. See that look on your face? Ace of Spades. You picked them, okay?
This close.
I need an explanation. I need an explanation of what happened.
You know, unclear. I think maybe the timing of the choice to push up towards the building on Panthers was just a scotch off.
Just a scooch.
What you're trying to say is that they threw.
They did throw. They did throw extremely hard. That one has got to hurt. Let's take a look at the match rankings here to see where everybody lined up on that one. You know, the Ace of Spades want that one back, but man, the Panthers, they got to be feeling good with this back-to-back here, Glitter.
I mean, to be fair, we talked about them stepping up their performance after the last game. Now you've got another chicken dinner, 25 points going to their overall for this phase, and that's going to feel fantastic for Panthers. Ace of Spades, though, they would have had that same exact score line had they been able to close that one out. Either way, they still close it out with 18 points, which will be really, really solid for them. And Wall Street Bets, we haven't even gotten a chance to talk about them today. They get the placement points, right? Managed to stay alive all the way till 3rd place and get 12 points on the board, matching Nova 7. And I know you were a little disappointed we didn't get that 2nd place heel strap finish out of them.
It's guaranteed at this point, and Koi got a little bit happy there. He decided to come in, and it backfired. But hey, Nova, you know what? 12 points. I'm gonna say this. I would like to see more out of Nova. Okay, I'm on what you were saying earlier, Glitter. I feel like Nova's just playing a little bit too slow for my liking right now. I want to see that phase 2 Nova, please. It was just so amazing to watch. We do have 19 Esports there with the 10 points. Korean barbecue lovers are maintaining their position here within this first page. You love to see it, Hot Jukes.
Oh, I love to see it indeed, you know. Putting in some good points. I mean, I was so shocked that Nova didn't get 2nd place. I literally, when I had to do my predictions, I was like, I'd much rather do second place right here because it should have been in the bag. I put
wanted the
Nova no
Panthers.
diff.
I know
Yeah.
you wanted
Yeah.
the Panthers deep down.
I did, but you know what? I was kind of like, let me mix it up. Let me choose the Chosen. I picked the Chosen, and then they instantly just died. You know, you hate to see it. You hate to see it here. Let's take a look at the top damage and see who put in the most work in that last one. I mean, it was all over the place. Sandhawk is always just so chaotic, 7.
Yeah, and once again, like, man, I am loving
Crazy.
this top damage so far today. 3 in a row, too. We had the Panthers with an amazing conversion. Are you kidding me? 1,200 damage, and out of that, they were able to get 10 eliminations. That's something that I can safely say we're not used to see out of the top team, especially with that low damage in a way from the Panthers for them to come out with the chicken dinner. And then Korean barbecue lovers, this is what I was saying. They're continuing to make their presence known here in this phase 3. 1,200 damage there with 7 eliminations. And we go down the list a little bit more. Another team that we didn't really get a chance to see on that first page, but they are still putting up the damage. They are still putting up the eliminations. It's Knights. Glitter, 829 damage with those 5 elims. I'm pretty sure Knights is going to be happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, they're still showing us that aggression, and they look good doing it. Obviously, we talk about all the time, Sandhawk's a little bit all over the place, but they were able to clean up some really nice elims as people were pushing out of the blue towards the end there and give themselves some more points on the board. And with how chaotic Sandhawk can be, I think we actually still got some decent consistency, Jukes, which we love to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy. That's how it's been just working out here today. I mean, the Panthers have been putting up some good eliminations. The Knights seem to be kind of back to full swing, full force. So we like to see. But, man, these Panthers, look at this. I mean, this is some crazy stats here. What a difference, Glitter.
Okay, we had to talk about this, right? Because this is their average stats from last week, phase 2. Like it's technically 2 weeks ago. And this is what we've got average-wise now for this week so far. I mean, this is what we're talking about, stepping up their performance. Just look straight down to the elims. Average 2.4 for last week, and now we're up to almost 8 elims a game. I mean, they've almost doubled their average damage. And if you look at it, it's all almost the same average survival time. I mean, yes, there's 2 more minutes right now, but they've doubled everything else with just those extra few minutes. The performance that we're seeing out of Panthers is huge right now. And talk about timing. You've said it a few times, Jukes. If you can step up in the 3rd and final phase, heading into finals, it couldn't be any better timed.
Oh, yeah. It couldn't be a better time at all. I mean, this is those championship rounds, and this is the part where you really want to go swinging. And I think we're seeing it here and now. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard to see where everybody is at right here. This is the most important thing.
Ooh.
The Knights, 56 points. The Panthers, sneaking up on them. 7.
They definitely are. And I mean, with what Glitter was saying, how well they're performing, we also got to give a shout out for the Panthers. I know we're looking at the overall, but Moso's been putting on 9 eliminations.
True.
And then on top of that, Chico, a new player to that team, has been putting up 7 eliminations so far today. So impressive numbers out of those 2 players. And we got the Chosen there with the 30 points back to back. I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy because they still have 1 game to play. If you notice, everybody else, especially the top 3, currently are at 3 games to play. 29 points for back to back. Nova Esports, this is what I was saying. They're playing a little bit too slow for my liking. I want to see Nova at least up there with the top 3 between Pittsburgh Knights and the Panthers. I feel like they can definitely afford to be there. Korean barbecue lovers there with the 25 points. Ace of Space there with the 20 points. And I'm intrigued to see what we are going to be seeing on that second page, Glitter.
Oh, and we get a chance to see the second page here, and you'll see. Now, if we were to cut it off here, it'd be the top 16 from just today, right? We're always going to be looking at the top 16 once this is all done, and that's going to be the overall for the entire thing. Right now, there's some squads that are finding themselves in similar situations, being close to a bubble they might not want to be near. And we're going to have to see if they're able to pick up their performance here in the rest of this week. Obviously, it's the first day and just the few first games of the first day of this final week. So there's still some time left on the board. But the biggest, craziest disappointment has to be Star Gaming, because they were in second place for phase 2. And now they are in 20th right now to start off this 3rd phase, Jukes. You know that's not where they want to be.
0 points for that team. That's crazy to me. You know what was also crazy to me? APHELION Esports. Like, this was
That's
a team,
true.
yeah, you kind of had a bit of an excuse saying that you were coming into too overconfident there on that on the second phase, right? Now that's not an excuse anymore. Now you're starting to look like a one-hit wonder with the phase 1. I want to see that team again. They had such a dominant phase 1. Like, I want to see that team again.
Yeah, you hate to see that from them, but you know what you love to see? The Resort Rumble event that's coming up here just around the corner. I hope you guys make sure you mark your calendars. It's Thursday, September 22nd. It's just in a couple of days, 11 a.m. Pacific. I was about to say specific because it is at a specific time, and 2 p.m. Eastern. So hopefully you guys got that down here, and hopefully we can see the rest of these squads get it done here in match number 4. Let's take it on over to our casters.
Back-to-back chicken dinners for the Panthers. Incredibly strong start for them in phase number 3. Who will join them on the journey? We're heading back over to Miramar, the desert terrain. It was cleanly executed. Yeah, it was cleanly executed by the Panthers. And THIRDEYE, what are you looking at?
Actually, I had a look at Execute themselves, the team, right? Last week they were doing really well. You said the word executed, so I may as well draw on that. Right now, they only have 3 points, I think.
Yes.
They might have sat out one of the games, or they might have played 2 with only 3 points. But yeah, so I mean, we started today off asking the question of what teams, finally showed up, 2 weeks ago, and who's going to be able to carry that momentum over. And we're seeing some teams not able to, some teams, carrying it over, and some teams from week 1 that didn't show up in week 2 now showing up in week 3. So it's like kind of like all over the place for a lot of these teams.
Back to back are actually in a pretty good spot. They're lying in I think 4th overall, but they have an extra game in hand over the teams that are in that are in that kind of like top 3 position, because the top 3 teams aren't playing in this current game. So of course there's also an opportunity for a team to step up to the plate, right? When you've 3 heavy hitters not playing in this current game, that opens a massive door for all of these teams, not only back to back, to take advantage of that.
Yeah, a team like mainly the Knights not in Picado. I mean, Picado is a great start for anybody. I mean, mainly you want to look at the roadways leading out of Picado. No matter where the circle goes, you have good roads to make that first rotation. And Star Gaming and THIRDEYE in a hot drop. He gets 1, he gets 2. Did he? Hold on. 3 eliminations. A 1v3 right there, I think.
That was, I believe, a 1v3. A clutch moment either way from Balti of THIRDEYE to get 4 eliminations off the back of only losing 1. So great return on investment on an unusual hot drop in Miramar, I might add. And we're looking at some more action about to unfold between WALLSTREETBETS and the side of HQA. So Miramar in game 4 of the day, giving us what we didn't get in game 3 over on Sanok. Some early action inside the desert map.
Yeah, very, very early action. WALLSTREETBETS here gets the opening. Chiwang will get knocked. Oh, going for the confirmation, a little bit risky. Gets tagged a little bit, but luckily they don't get the trade. That player will bleed out, and the rest of WALLSTREETBETS just set up at a cross angle, letting Faker not being able to contribute much to cross over to help out.
I think if WALLSTREETBETS can, they should send another player across. 3-1 to me would be a lot more valuable. They've only secured 1 elimination onto HQA, so technically, HQA have a 3v2 advantage, and they goes out by Crystal Pig to try and send 24k back, and getting inside the vehicle, that might look to be the case. And you can also see WALLSTREETBETS, the 2 players that are there, are very low in health. The back end play, Skipper in that cross angle does make it count.
Yeah, watching that cross works. Oh, shooting the shotgun a little bit too early. Crystal Pig with SKS will get that knock. 24k goes for that trade. Won't manage to get the knock and gets the revive. Cross though, once again, just the cross angles. You got to be careful. Faker should be able to get revived as well as HQA down to the last remaining player. And he's got that mini. He's popping away, and Skipper will answer back with his own mini. That's 4 points already, but that's also a lot of noise, and that's a lot of noise and earshot of Nova.
Of course, might be looking to take an advantage. Either way, fantastic engagement by Wall Street Bets. Made note of how they had kind of 2 players and they probably needed a third. That's exactly what they did, and they couldn't have timed that any better. And oh my lord, what is it about this Miramar game? More action, execute, going up against the side of Korean barbecue lovers. Both teams arguably need these points inside phase 3. Sam did clutch up quite nicely with the DBS, I believe, in the previous game, and now he finds Jason with the M4.
Yeah, KBO usually eludes El Pozo, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how they ended up all the way down here. It doesn't even really make sense for them to be down here to get a car to rotate, but they are here, and they're making it work. They did lose 1 player, but they have 2 eliminations, and if they could clean this out, 4 points for 1 loss, not too bad of a trade, I'd have to say.
Yeah, the second player from Execute is in a vehicle driving up to this station to try and provide a level of support. Solo's going to get the back of Quan. Can't turn your back like that, Quan. You pay the ultimate price, timing not working out, and it's a 2v2 now between these 2 teams. Sam trying to hold things down, Joey further back. It could go either way. Both teams have the edge of a ridge, the edge of the hillside to peek shoot. Joey with the UMP, no scope, so Ironside going to be his best friend. Fate has knocked Sam his return. Joey now going up against the final player of Execute in the form of Fate.
It's a straight up slugfest out here, down to 1v1. Joey stopping, but pushing up aggressively, not hiding behind the car. We saw that mistake out of Wall Street Bets. Joey, though, is not able to get the better of Fate. I wish Joey pulled up a little bit closer to the top, but then again, right, he runs the risk of popping out and getting shot immediately. But at least he made the attempt to run up there rather than hide. And that is Korean barbecue lovers out with only 2 points. Execute will get 4 with 2 remaining players up. And by the way, neither of those teams down there had any time to loot. I don't think any of them have any good loot either.
Could Joey have disengaged as well and tried to stay alive, or was it the kind of thing where, look, down to Solo and Miramar,
push it.
You know, just push it and hope for the best?
Yeah, because if he beat Fate in the 1v1, that's 2 points. Because Fate's worth 1, and then the knocked player is worth another 1.
Yeah.
And for you to get 2 more points in placement as a solo before the first circle has even shifted on Miramar, it's a tall task.
Yeah. No, I get you. And Execute now back up as a 2-person team. So valuable point to my question indeed. And you know, to be fair, Wall Street Bets are looking good inside this circle. 4 bros in Chumacera. You have MEZEXIS hanging around outside Los Leones on the north side, and the APHELION have THIRDEYE continuing to loot up for themselves.
Circle slowly closing in. Not a lot of teams in the zone. We do have Wall Street Bets and Nova and THIRDEYE, APHELION. That's pretty much it. So many teams not in the zone yet. This kind of looking like a Sandhawk almost, where the zone's in a place where teams just don't want to really rotate into and rather take fights. So a lot of teams playing it slow.
I've got a question for you actually, Zute, because we're in a little bit of an unusual position. We have seen this in scrims, but very rarely in a competitive setting. We're in a Miramar game. We're down to 13 teams, 49 players. Obviously, if you're playing in this game, you don't know how many teams are left, but you do see that 49 players left, right? You know, from your past experience as a competitive player, does that shape how the players think about their movements, think about their rotations, think about the space they have in front of them?
I mean, it's not even so much how many are left alive, but any decent team will keep track of the kill feed. Like when a team is eliminated, you'll see the names pop up, and then in your head, you'll know who is where and not where, more importantly, for you to rotate in on. So, you know, that's more of a determining factor of how you rotate. And of course, like with so many players already eliminated, naturally, you also know the map opens up a little bit more. So you can explore a little bit more options, even if you don't know for sure where the teams are based on, VOD review and etc.
Phase 2 centers up quite nicely. Great for Nova Esports, who have the high ground in Minas Generales, most wanted, engaging with 19 Esports outside of Los Leones. Yeah, just another engagement in Miramar. It's happened so much in this game. I'm not really surprised.
Another team taking the fight. Alucard with the pan. It seems like all respect has gone out the window. Most Wanted, a team that is just, I'm not even sure where they are in the leaderboards because they just are not on the radar. Like they're not in the top 8, top 10. They're down there pretty low. And 19 Esports, I kind of feel like similar rankings, right? So these two teams fighting it out is almost like it doesn't really impact much at all, in my opinion.
No, it's just kind of arguably kind of fighting for scraps at this stage, but 19E have gotten out of Dodge and made their way into the circle, so that's at least a positive. Ace of Spades, who normally land on the eastern side of the map, it's been a great start for them. They fortunately couldn't win the previous game, but a fantastic second place result will still give them a decent boost of confidence coming into this game and taking shots towards MEZEXIS to not only slow MEZEXIS down, but create that bubble of possession inside the circle is extremely valuable.
Now we see all the teams moving into the second circle now, and with a lot of the teams and players eliminated, like 19E down to 1, Execute down to 2, creates a lot of open space. I'm kind of surprised I don't see Nova playing an even bigger split, with the knowledge that so many teams are already out.
Yeah,
like, they are,
true.
Yeah, like that is kind of a little bit surprising to me, but maybe they just have very practice splits, so they want to just stick to those and not try and alter it depending on what's happening in the match.
Plus, to me, that split they do have is like one of the nicest splits for that area of the map, right? You have the massive high ground of the Minas Generales mountains, and then you have the kind of junkyard hills somewhat locked down. So you're not wrong. I was expecting a bigger split for Nova, but it makes sense considering the terrain that they do have locked down.
Faker here. There's a reason why he doesn't want to run outside the compound, because we did see earlier Nova had them surrounded and pretty much try to camp them out to get some elimination. So playing it as safe as possible, blowing up that car by jumping up and down within the safety of the walls. So there is a reason to that, as where our cameras are back onto Ace of Spades. This time there's the team of Dope coming close by, and this is the very, very edge of zone on the hard eastern side. So even out here, we have teams still trying to find different ways to rotate in.
Yeah, Dope rotated around Ace of Spades on the eastern roadside through Impala, so great rotation from Team Dope. Ace of Spades justifiably rewarded with the fact that they took shots onto MEZEXIS, because that sent MEZEXIS much further away and towards Most Wanted, so that domino effect is very beneficial as the next circle has gone up towards the northwestern side of the map, cruised via the edge of Al-Azhar and the open mountain terrain of that area of the map, all exposed inside Phase 3.
MEZEXIS and Most Wanted here in engagement. Now, Most Wanted, we saw them just commit to a fight when they weren't in the next circle. They might do the same, but MEZEXIS is going to get the opening onto Most Wanted. It is a 4v3 situation now, and it looks like these teams are gridlocked in a way where there will not be a rotation until either one of the teams is completely wiped.
Great play by Peralta. Fantastic proactivity. He got the first knock, followed up with the second. It was on his own, so certainly a little bit of a risk. But now the rest of the team are following suit. Sleepless gets knocked. Quarty now the final player alive for Most Wanted, and this is a good lesson to learn for Most Wanted. You got to be able to push the fights, and sometimes the best defense is offense. You allowed MEZEXIS to breach the compound, and you're paying the price.
Yeah, pretty much. I see zero teamwork out of the Miss Wanted player. Every time a player went down, there was not a player anywhere close by to
Yep.
get a trade. Everyone was just playing their own game pretty much. As back to back has the Four Bros duo locked down and out. That is Four Bros eliminated. Back to back did lose one player, but for 4 elimination points, that is still not something you want to shake a stick at.
The HITLIST will maybe want to take advantage here in those shots. They're a little bit further ahead. They are on a great position in terms of looking ahead into the next circle. They technically don't have to engage on back-to-back, but if they do and they get the squad wipe, it's going to have more of their backs covered coming into the next circle.
MEZEXIS cleans the last player out. Now they got to make their rotation. Nova, I'm surprised looking at the map right now, didn't rotate in deeper as that northern hard shift. They're going to actually just stay on the southern side. And when I say southern side, I mean the southern side of the road, which is on the very edge. But hey, they'll pick up some points. So maybe that's their plan. Just make sure their backs are completely cleared before moving in. So Nova just playing it more slow and wiping teams slowly as the circles continue to shift.
Such an unusual Miramar game. We're phase 3, 15 minutes in, and we're down to 35 players and 10 teams. Now, the one technical positive is that we only have one team with a scraggler, and we have, what, out of the 10 teams, I think 7 have full squads. That's technically a good thing, but still a very unusual Miramar game.
Yeah, next circle shifts. Doesn't really go anywhere. Doesn't go to the compounds, at least, of THIRDEYE. So teams will just be playing in the open on the hillsides. APHELION in a great position. It doesn't give them too much control, though, because those compounds that APHELION are in is like a little bowl, like low ground. Teams can just kind of chill around them, and APHELION can't do much. Nova, though, we saw what they wanted to do. They wanted to control one side of the circle, and with that shift, they will be able to just control that southern side and work through it the rest of the game.
I tell you, my money's on Ace of Spades once again, to be fair, because they've been coming in from this eastern side, so they have a backup of information, right? It's familiar terrain. They played up the hill. They've been proactive on their movement, and with Mambe further forward, they have a great cross angle to cover the rest of the team. So Ace of Spades looking very good.
Yeah, Ace of Spades definitely in a really good position, but I kind of question if the team itself can pull it off from that position. Right?
I understand that.
Yeah, because last game they were in a position that's maybe you want to argue 30 times better than where they were now. It was a 3v3 with 3 players trapped in one house, and they lost that. So we'll see what they can make of this situation, having that high ground on the eastern side as the HITLIST coming in. Nova sticking to that southern side, controlling the ridge line. So I think that's one advantage Nova has on the edge of zone. That ridge extends the whole entire length of the road, so they could use that to their advantage. Back to back, catching Flash off guard.
Yeah, something to HITLIST. I understand the premise around them kind of driving around and doing a bit of scouting, but you've got to be aware that that timing comes with a bit of a risk, because WALLSTREETBETS are going to push on into HITLIST, going to be gifted a free engagement here or there. 1 down, 2 down. WALLSTREETBETS left with just 2 players. Skipper being put down to his knees. 24k, the only player left alive once again. Pre-nades going either way. 24k throws it out, backs off. Arch follows up. But yeah, this is just not looking good for WALLSTREETBETS.
Yeah, WALLSTREETBETS definitely losing the momentum that they've been building up. So that weak break hurt them more than anything. And clean trade for the HITLIST. The HITLIST will pick up 3 points. Fortunately, they're still not yet in the zone. They have to leave the hard cover of this compound, and I don't think they really have anywhere to play that will give them too much cover from the back-to-back team to the north and the Nova team to the south.
Back-to-back have all the time in the world now to move ahead and get that little bit of a spike on towards the HITLIST, and you may know the Nova, they're going to look to do the exact same thing. Timed to perfection, as Yi has level 3 gear all the way, followed by an AUG. Great setup for Yi inside the front line. Once he doesn't get knocked, it'll be a powerhouse play for Nova. Keep him on board with that level 3 gear. but the 3x is going to get the knock on the arch. Great play by Yi.
Yeah, the HITLIST not finding a way in. This is one of those positions where you have to just continue to commit to take a fight. But it's a little bit too late for them now. They're just stuck on the edge, and the circle goes north to the third eye. APHELION still in the zone, but they're at the compound area that I wouldn't say it's easy to breach, but you know, not necessarily the best place as far as defense goes. So we'll see what happens as that beautiful nade connects out of Yi.
Man, Nova looking good. They've took their time. They played the patient game. They held on to great position, and even though the circle has shifted away from them, they haven't panicked, Zute. They've just been communicating, they've been moving, and they've struck at all the right moments.
Nova's looking really good right now. I kind of almost want to question, is Nova looking this good because the Knights aren't here, though?
Yeah.
Right? Because, like, yeah, the analyst said it. A lot of the heavy hitters are not playing here, and one of the few heavy hitters that are is Nova. So with the playing field kind of being left for them, they are taking control of everything, getting a nice double knock onto MEZEXIS. But they're going to use that as pressure to rotate in rather than push, because MEZEXIS is not in the zone, so they'll just set up and trap MEZEXIS in later.
THIRDEYE getting a knock onto one of the dope players. A big spread from this side of dope, a weird spread I might add, and Ace of Spades are kind of punishing them as well. Ace of Spades had a player knocked, but the revive was actually pulled off further away from the circle. So great play by Ace of Spades to use that teamwork, get themselves back up as a full squad, and still hold on to the small anchor point on the edge of the circle as MEZEXIS go for broke. All in the van, all in the vehicle, but you gotta try and play those risky plays. They get out, they take the shots, but Yi, once again, just does not miss those shots with that 3x AUG, and another comes out. MEZEXIS down to just one player.
And Nova are just crunching them in. They get the opening double knock, and the next minute or two, they don't go for a hard push. They just keep positioning on top of them, and it is just choking MEZEXIS out. And Yi, of course, had got a position within inside the zone. Nade flies out a little bit too far. It's not done yet. As inactive, he could cause some trouble for the Nova team. Blue's closing in. They gotta keep moving. And Ren will not be able to get revived, it seems. So Nova still losing a player to the side of MEZEXIS.
Not ideal, but I still think overall the best they can ask for. And my God, that's the end of MEZEXIS. Nova pick up another one. And Ace of Spades, that will help them a little bit, but they suffer a second casualty at the hand of THIRDEYE, and that's going to give Nova the prime opportunity to come in third party, and Ace of Spades are getting drowned out. Yi picks up another elimination, 8 for Nova, and that's going to leave us with 5 teams.
Yeah, Nova doing a really great job here. However, them losing that one player might come back to bite them towards the end game. We do have APHELION Esports here with 4 as Flash with Dope taking a lot of shots, but not getting the knock. And he survived behind that buggy. The buggy explodes, and Koi is good, so I think he'll stay there for a little bit longer. But APHELION Esports, they should be looking to make a play onto Nova, in my opinion, and sweep that side of the circle for themselves.
Confirmation comes through. We've got no team up as a full squad. 3v3v3v3v2. Although the THIRDEYE do lose a player onto his knees. Peaceful further into the circle. Dope as a 2-body team. They have a player lose a knockdown close by to his teammate. Gundy as well on the high ground across the way. It's a free-for-all. Look at how open this terrain is on Miramar. In the tail end of game number 4, Kindness also put down to his knees. All the while, back-to-back, have not been struck at all. They have 3 players on that western edge.
This might be back-to-backs game. We almost forgot about them. They're also a heavy hitter. Just we haven't seen them hitting too hard as of recently. This could be their game to win as APHELION. Well, this was your week 1 dominant winners. They're still in the game as Zuko drives straight in and goes for some quick jukes and moves, and will get the finish on to Nova. Can THIRDEYE get the knock though? Great cover fire from the rest of the team.
Fantastic by Nate. I know he got knocked, But that ballsy play from APHELION, we haven't seen that since week 1. It's about damn time. Well done, guys. Nova got shut down, and we're down to 4 teams. Back-to-back, THIRDEYE, Team Dope, and APHELION Esports. Dope Esports trying to hold things down. They had a player knocked. They have a shack. They have that small, tiny hardcover, but back-to-back know exactly where they are. The focus for back-to-back needs to be on THIRDEYE in this northern edge of the circle. You can see that 2-1 play, kill switch, holding on. Enigma slowing down a slowing down a little bit as a sub for back-to-back. They have their angles covered.
Zone is about to shift. It looks like everyone's kind of set in position as Flash does get taken out by a beautiful nade out of APHELION. We're down to a 3-way 3v3v3. Which side is the circle going to go to? It will determine who has advantage here as it goes down towards APHELION. APHELION can get to sit and defend while THIRDEYE and the back-to-back team has to push in a little bit.
Although they have to push in, it's still easier said than done. Often in the 3-way Danzute, the first to strike, the first to make a move, can be the first team to go down. APHELION getting ahead of the pack is incredibly valuable. Right sending Trick into that shack is that anchor point on the edge of the circle. The low ground from the rest of the team is quite valuable to slow down the teams in front. Enigma gets a knock on to Gunda. That's absolutely great. Finishes it off, but Trick from APHELION, third parties onto the side of back-to-back. Kill switch on his knees. It's 2v3v2. The revive should be able to be pulled out, but the smokes need to go out for back-to-back. APHELION under a bit of pressure, but THIRDEYE still in this game.
THIRDEYE making it work right now, slow and methodical. They do lose that one player. Taking some shots, Peaceful doesn't commit to a hard spray. He is a little bit worried about getting traded back there from his position. He's providing the cover so he cannot go down, and Peaceful is actually the last player up as Nate picks him up. We're down to a 3v2 back-to-back versus APHELION Esports.
You asked me coming into game 3 who was my team to watch, and I said back-to-back. I highlighted how they've grown in terms of teamwork, in terms of showing their strengths, and the chicken dinner could be on the cards. Well, this is the best position they've been in to secure a chicken dinner so far today. They have the body advantage, they have the position advantage, they have the hard cover advantage. Nade going out by J7, it's a little bit short, but still enough noise to slow down the APHELION boys. APHELION have been in this position before so many times. You go back to week number 1 where they lit the lobby on fire. Can they find that hunger once again at the start of phase number 3? J7 continuing to tickle, continue to put the pressure on. Half health down, it connects on board. The nade doesn't come through. They trade, it's a 1v1, but inside the blue. APHELION Esports have been eliminated. No,
it was
back-to-back that was eliminated, and APHELION, they claimed the chicken dinner.
Back-to-back drove the buggy into the blue zone.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. It drove into the blue zone, took a lot of blue zone damage, drove past the last player. They traded the... J7 got the opening, he got traded, a 1v2, but the 2 players drove into the blue zone, so obviously the player shooting the gun had to whip his aim back, and that was hard to do, and he was the first one to go down, because that's who you shoot, right, off a buggy. The second player has the animation of getting out of the buggy while floating in the air to get on his feet, taking blue damage, and then he got back-to-back clown emoji, and we'll go to the highlights.
stage. Let's go.
Hey, hustle the voted the grinding. Build up with pressure to diamonds. Blood, sweat, tears dripping as I'm inclining. 24/7 is daily. Yeah, the reason they pay me. The first one and last one about of the building, cause what I've been building is crazy. This, that, hard work, my state built different. All day, it's go time. We've been on a mission. Better hope you ain't slacking when you run into me. Cause every day I check my back. We ready for war, so know it's campaign. Gotta be ready if you stay ready. Ready and now we coming for top spot. Let's see. Through the highs, lows, in between, just gotta be steady. Well, just know this, ain't no time. We came to quit heavy with more. All day, it's no time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, ain't no time. We came to quit heavy with more. All day, it's no time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, ain't no time. We came to quit heavy with more. All day, it's no time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, ain't no time. We came to quit heavy with more.
And we're back. Sorry, I was just looking at Imperium's face at the end of that. I believed. I've been believing in back-to-back for so long, and
It was so close.
it was so close. But you know what? Sometimes you gotta just drive into the blue zone, baby. You know, right off into the sunset. Of course, guys, I hope you guys are keeping up to date with everything that's going on. Make sure that you're following all the socials. Make sure that you're subscribed to the YouTube channel, and make sure you're using the hashtag PMPLNA. And hopefully, one of your posts, whether on Twitter or on Insta, will hopefully be able to bring it here onto the show. I mean, wow, what a finish there, Seven.
Yeah, please send us your reaction to the ending of that match. Literally, if you can, if possible, record your face of what it was like when you saw what back-to-back did too. I feel so bad for Imperium too. He was hyping them up. The teamwork has been impeccable, so impeccable that they drove straight into the zone and pretty much gave up that match. APHELION Esports though. Yo,
you picked him.
What I did, and it was in a way because I was talking to them in the previous segment saying I would like to see this team do something. Well, they did. Congratulations to APHELION Esports. 23 points, 8 eliminations. To be fair, though, back-to-back has been playing so much better today than any other day that I can think of. So 22 points for them. Great game for them, too. THIRDEYE, I felt like they just were too patient there at the end. They could have gotten definitely a little bit more involved. And in regards to Nova, Glitter, I mean, you said it first, I said it second, that they were playing too slow. We want to see more out of them. I'm starting to kind of be happy with the performances here. I feel like they're averaging at least 10+ points every single time, except for the second game today.
Yeah, they picked it up a little bit here. 8 elims going their way. They looked pretty good for a while there, but just got a little bit unlucky. Dope managing to get some decent placement points on the board. I mean, we do got to shout out the fact that THIRDEYE has really been picking up their aggression with their elims too. They've had quite a few games now where they have a really solid amount of elims. So they're trying to pick up their performance as well. And then moving on down the list, we've got Dope, Ace of Spades, MEZEXIS, and WALLSTREETBETS rounding out this top 8. Not a crazy amount of points, but that's because honestly, APHELION back-to-back THIRDEYE. I mean, look at the top 4 sponged up a lot of the available elims for the lobby. And then we mentioned it before the game even started, but Star Gaming having a really rough start to this third phase, Jukes.
Woo! Yeah, I mean, rough is one way to put it. I mean, this is something else. What's rougher than rough? 7?
That's their I just want to point out that's their third game of the day, right? And that is their first point of the day after 3 matches. That is crazy. This team looks so good last phase too. Like what's happening with this team? It's probably like an APHELION Esports thing again, where they came in too confident after having such an amazing phase 2.
Dude, I don't know.
So intriguing.
Star Gaming, they were on the buggy, they were just cruising, then all of a sudden they just drove into the blue zone this phase. I don't know what the heck happened. That's tough to see right there. So let's take a look at the top damage and see exactly how this one lined up. I'm pretty sure, yeah, we're gonna see some. Man, we've been seeing some serious damage here today, right?
Dang. See, this is impressive, 2-7, because the top two over 2K damage squads were the ones that did not get the chicken dinner. Okay, 10 elims, 8 elims for back-to-back and Nova, and then moving on down the list, you get the squad with that chicken dinner at almost 1,300, and really good conversion with those 8 elims for APHELION Esports. But it is a very, very damage-heavy day today, like you've been saying, Seven. I mean, even the 1,500 practically out of THIRDEYE. Everyone is just trying to slay out and get those points on the board because every single elim matters.
Yeah, please, teams, keep this up, okay? In no way, shape, or form do you think that we are complaining. I want you to keep this up every single day of this Phase 3 and leading into the finals. By the way, from Nova, I will have to mention, and something that I wanted to mention earlier, I did enjoy what I saw out of them on that last game. They were a little bit more aggressive. They were not blessed by the zone in any way, shape, or form. You saw them making rotations, but when they were making those rotations, they were wanting to be a little bit more aggressive. They were taking on fights. They were committing to fights too. That's the Nova that we saw in Phase 2, and that's the Nova that I want to continue to see.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, if they had like a UAS right there, that could have been a deadly game for them. But, you know, they made the best out of it, and back-to-back definitely made the best out of it there, putting some great performances like we talked about, Seven.
Yeah, I mean, Killswitch has been doing great. 464 average damage right there from him, 2.3. And then J7,
Dang.
I got to give him some props for J7 because for the longest time, J7 was a player, if you remember too, Glitter, he really wasn't putting up that much eliminations. He has stepped it up in a big way, Glitter.
And I'm glad you said that too, because I wanted to give some love to J7 for that. These are the averages too. This is what they're getting every single game on average. So the fact that you've got J7 really stepping up like this, I mean, massive average survival time across the board for everybody as well, Jukes. Back-to-back is looking real good, but I need them to stop waiting so long to do it.
You hate to see it, right? We hate to see it, but this is what they've been doing, okay? So I am hoping to be just proved abundantly wrong, you know, and I want to just see this just to be the start of what back-to-back can do. They're RNA champions, right? Let's see if they can do it again here. One last match. We're going to Eric Gale. Let's get it.
Phew, so glad that it didn't pan over to our faces. You would have seen tears rolling down my eyes off the back of that. Oh, my Lord. But, yeah, we're into the final game of the day. Thanks, Hot Jukes and Seven for the mention as well. I was definitely a little bit devastated, but in the end, it is what it is, and we still have one more game to go.
It is what it is. That's a perfect way to, you know, summarize what happened with back-to-back. But hey, it was a good game. It was a great game. And it was something that's kind of funny to me, though, is that you kind of, they like threw so hard to the point where we didn't focus on the winner, right? Like that's when you know you really kind of threw a match where it's like we forgot to talk about the or focus on the winners as much, right? But I mean, APHELION, you know, that this might be a little bit of a comeback for them because we saw week 1, first place, dominated. Is this the new Knights? I even made the joke of like, are the Knights playing on APHELION's phones? Like, who is this team? Etc. And then week 2, they were like 16th place or something. So a win for them right now is a little bit, you know, it's I wouldn't even say a confidence booster. It's more of a reminder for them. Like, hey, you guys know how to play the game. You know, like play the game now, right? Like do better because I don't think they're a 16th type of place team at all. Like,
no,
we saw them play well.
Yeah,
so.
they aren't. I'm glad you touch upon that. Glad you touch upon that. Indeed, Phase 1 pops up. It's the closest to a potentially military island finish we've seen so far in PMPL NA Fall split. Of course, by no means the majority of the map, but certainly a heavy threat.
This is the most military base we've seen all split long so far, and chances are it's not going to go to military base, but fingers crossed as the plane path, pretty good for everyone. I think I almost want to say this is going to go kind of normal-ish, but we saw, I think it was like maybe 4 games in a row now where there were a lot of early game fights all across the board.
Look, after what happened in the previous Miramar game,
Mhm.
even though I've been commentating PUBG Mobile for the guts of 3 years now, anything can happen. So, you know, Military Island, it's in the circle, it's a possibility. But back to back, seeing the elimination fee kind of starting as they mean to go on in terms of, even though they didn't win the previous game, it was a hell of a result, and they're getting some early shots onto the members of, I believe,
Most Wanted.
Most Wanted, yeah.
Yeah. Most Wanted, not sure what they're doing here. They usually loot like a split around the prison area, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe they dropped here and no one had a car, so now they're just kind of looting these buildings, which is back-to-back territory. They kind of control Milta and the satellite compounds around it. And as you can see, they're a little bit angry that... Oh. Nice spray by J7 right there. Yeah, back-to-back. Might have thrown a couple of points last match, but they get to pick up a couple of free ones right here onto Most Wanted.
You said it. Free eliminations. No disrespect, Most Wanted, but that's the way it works. In theory, I technically get why they maybe moved a little bit further away from prison with APHELION dropping in this game and they loot around the Lipovka area, but like, out of the 2 teams right now, who would I technically want to avoid? It would be back-to-back, to be honest, at least in terms of today's game. So, despite them being in a bit of a tough position in terms of where to go, yeah, they made the wrong call.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how this game plays out. This might be a good back-to-back game also, because this area of the zone, you know, they play very well in the Milta area. They seem to have a really firm grasp of, you know, how to play the splits right outside of Milta. As for a lot of the other teams, still no one's rotated yet. We're about to hit the 5-minute mark. That's when we see a lot of teams kind of set a hard, you know, rotation time. When it hits 5 minutes, gotta go, start going in. We do see THIRDEYE now rotating out of military base across the bridge. A lot of teams on the northwest, though, right here. 19 Esports, the HITLIST, Angry Amateurs, and Execute all coming in, or they'll be rotating in from the northwest side. So I won't be too surprised if a couple of these teams end up running into each other in the next few zones.
For me, there's a lot more risk than it initially looks to go for a central circle position, in my eyes, right? Not only because kind of center circle, for, you know, kind of north hillside of farm is risky enough out in the open so early in the game, but also even just, like I said, with the threat of military base, it's a viable threat. So for me, kind of that western or eastern edge position would be a bit more comfortable. It gives you... to me, it would give a team a bit more of an exit strategy comfortably coming into the next circle. But maybe I'm thinking too much of that edge of circle play. Maybe I'm focusing too much on that military island train.
Well, the Panthers, they do both of those best, right? Play from the edge and just stay on military island until, like, they kind of have to come in. And even then, we've seen them kind of just chill in the blue zone and rotate in later after that. So, and the Panthers, by the way, today, just amazing. One thing I want to bring up about the Panthers, I actually got a message from Fierce a week ago. He was asking for, he was asking for like some, like what are your thoughts, like words of encouragement? Because he told me like the team was doing great, right? And then it was the one game that kind of threw everything off for them, and you might be able to recall, was they got 2v1 by TC. It was Erangel, north of Hospital.
Yep.
He had the new sniper. I can't even recall the name of it.
The Lynx AMR.
Yeah, the Lynx AMR and an SKS or something.
Yeah.
And he was behind that crate that, just so happened to drop there, and the circle just so happened to end around there. And they got 1v2'd. And he was saying like that kind of threw off the team's confidence and everything. And I mean, it's great to see that they have it back today. Like for sure.
Yeah.
Like they've crushed it 2 games in a row so far. They're doing great. So we might see that week 1 Panthers back for the rest of this week.
Yeah, and it's great that he recognized that, right? And that's always 50% of the job, when you recognize when a mindset is shifted, when a roadblock has been put in front of you, depending on what has happened in a game. You're able to. There's a higher chance that you're going to correct it and actually improve on it. So great point around Fears and the Execute team. Let's see how it goes in the final game. Is Nate from APHELION Esports kind of looting on his own? Is currently a most wanted. He's able to get the gun out. Will he be able to win this 1v1 firefight? Yeah, you will. He had absolutely, and I mean absolutely, no right in winning that. Like, Nate should have been one and done. Like, he didn't even have a gun out, and he still won.
It's,
oh my lord.
I mean, okay, I've had it happen to me before also, where you're playing so slow and quiet that you see him running towards you, right? And you wait too long, so by the time you pop out, the other guy has just naturally ran the other direction, like just because, they just move around like that.
Yeah.
Not because they're trying to juke anyone. He just decided to move to another direction. And so when the most wanted player popped out to pre-fire him, he hit nothing. And that actually gave Nate enough time.
Yeah, but
to
are
get
you
behind
really
the box.
trying to defend that though? Come on.
It's
Come on, man.
I mean, I'm emphasizing this part to just kind of, give a little context to what just happened.
Yeah,
there
I appreciate that. I do.
I mean, that's why I'm laughing, because I realize the kind of mistake that happened, rather than just being completely like, oh my God, how did he lose that, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, I definitely appreciate the empathy around that. To be fair, it's just like it's the worst. It's the worst thing that can happen as a player, right? You could, it's kind of, it's just the worst. It's a nightmare, right? You can have
play it
nightmares
so
about that
patient that like now's the time. And it was just too patient that right when you pop out, he went somewhere else. And you lost all the advantage all of a sudden. The second circle, by the way, did come off of Military Island, so no Millie finish. And we're going back just pretty much smack dab in the center of the main part of Erangel.
Yeah, so a lot of terrain. Okay, Knights, you're getting pushed by APHELION Esports. Nate gets knocked. Spec was down on his knees, so they got to try and recover. But Xenox pulling off an element of Jukes. Finds one, looking for another, switches on over. Look at this! Confident Xenox! Down to like 2 health. But guess what? Didn't care. And that is why the best defense is offense. That is confidence personified from Xenox.
Xenox, by the way, best movement player in North America, hands down. You saw, like, that wasn't like a luck, okay? Like, if anyone's ever played the game, right, and tries to do what Xenox did, like frame by frame, it's so hard to master the movement that way, but really well done. Also, APHELION Esports, got to throw them a little bit of respect. It happened in the kill feed where they got a sniper shot opening, a headshot, and they went a hard push for that compound. It almost worked, but it's the Knights, and the Knights are on fire. Right now, Execute now getting into a fight with Angry Amateurs. Let's see if Execute can bring some of that back in. Just not aware of the angles whatsoever. I mean, he just sat still and got shot in the back of the head.
Both of these teams are coming in from that northwestern edge of the map around the North George train. So it kind of makes sense that even though it's phase 2, that there is that level of kind of, not following each other, but they both head in a bit of a similar path line into the northern edge of the circle. They encounter each other. Now, Angry Amateurs do get 2 players away, so that's a positive, but Execute now going to turn their attentions onto WALLSTREETBETS.
Yeah, a lot of fighting on the way into this circle for those teams on that northwestern side. I think Executes are just going to hold down that spot for now and see where the circle goes and play for the next circle rotation. The Knights reset back to 4, and they are on the northeastern side. We have the map up over for display. Circle coming out soon. Third circle could honestly want to see like an eastern shift. Oh, well, there we go. I got what I asked for. Right onto the Knights. But mainly because I love the pockets that are available in this zone, right? You have the big dip, and then there's big dip number 2 right north of that. Right where TC kind of is right now. But TC are going for the hard compound, and same for another team. It looks like 2 teams committing to that compound on rotation. As Execute still fighting with Wall Street Bets, it seems.
To me, Ace of Spades have that kind of, if they can lock down that western hillside of prison, that's an absolutely valuable, great position to lock down, because of course they might not know, but it's kind of out of the pack of all the other teams, but it gives them great scope to move into next circle. It gives them high ground position, and yeah, they commit the full team to that area of the map, so great rotation by the team.
Here, Wall Street Bets, they got 2 knocks onto Execute. I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to encircle them and like squeeze them out, but it's like too slow. It's a little bit too slow. They could have done that a lot faster and cleaned it out. The Panthers getting into fight with back-to-back. Moso, oh, is that Moso in a 1v1? Oh no, that's Chico in a 1v1. Now a 1v2 being pushed by 2 players. Chico gets 1, and the second player in the Wizard Tower, and I think Killswitch will get the trade. Where's the other? Wait, oh, I just realized. There is 2 other teams around here. Okay,
Yep.
That's why Frady isn't committing straight in.
THIRDEYE with the third party. You also have, Telly around that. Well, Telly kind of got a dodge, but no, that's actually on the other side. Apologies. But yeah, even Dope Esports as well further back to Chosen. Definitely multiple teams around that area. So made sense why it didn't quite work out. But back to back, for the most part, going to survive as a full squad, and they will pick up a couple more eliminations.
Full reset always feels great.
Oh no!
Oh.
F
The
in
clown
chat.
emoji continues to live on, potentially. A little bit slip-ups here and there for back-to-back, but overall today, they're doing really good. They are actually doing way better today than they have in other days. They're just showing a little shades of both right now, you know? Give the audience, keep them on their toes, including the viewers watching, right? Meanwhile, by the way, the Knights eliminated another team. We didn't catch that on camera because there's so much action going on, but the Knights are now up to 8 eliminations.
Wow.
They committed to this area of the zone. Dead center, also strong. They could have stayed and not pushed, but this spot, they went for a fight and picked up 4 more, lost only 1 player.
Absolutely amazing from the Knights, committing to the center of the circle, playing as a full team, and yeah, they are one of the toughest nuts to crack in PUBG Mobile, and they're proving their prevalence across the board. The next circle shift will go up north. They are still inside the circle, but this is a tough shift because there's a lot of kind of flat terrain. There's not so much kind of hard cover, very few kind of dips that you can really comfortably lock down. It's going to be kind of all or nothing in the hopes and dreams for all these teams.
This is one of those zones where vehicle cover and some smokes will do wonders for certain teams if they can't get into it early enough. Wall Street Bets here still on the northern side. Looks like they did manage to... Oh, they didn't manage to choke out Execute completely. Execute still has 1 player still up. That would be Telly, but they managed to pick a couple more points. Now they got to rotate in on this circle, which is a really favorable shift for them because the north side, or the north half of that entire circle, is still completely open for the Wall Street Bets team.
Even though the road that's in the middle to the left side of it, on that kind of north western part of the circle, although it's a minority part, it still holds great value for a team that can kind of take control of the area of the map. I'm kind of looking at Wall Street Bets once they get rid of Angry Amateurs or move away from them, because they'd be more protected from the teams that are on that kind of eastern side of that road, and they can hold down the likes of 19E, possibly HQA, and of course Angry Amateurs behind them. So they do move away, and yeah, that's some great repositioning from Wall Street Bets.
It looks like Angry Amateurs trying to chase them down, though. Maybe I think Angry Amateurs realizes Wall Street Bet isn't a full team, so they want a similar position, and they're just pretty much following them in, but get caught a few stray bullets. They can take that hillside, though, on the other side. It is completely safe for them to play. WALLSTREETBETS will take the compound instead. Here's one of those dips I was talking about. TC will be playing this one as back-to-back, playing for the other dip north of the road. No, they're going to keep going because it's taken right now by 19 Esports.
Yeah, 19E gets one knock. Kill switch. Gonna trade. Confirm it. Even though you're on a little bit of health. Great play by Kill Switch. Slows 19E down as well. And they're outside the circle, so back to back, give or take, coming out on top. I know it's just Kill Switch on his own, but still overall great effort by back to back.
Yeah, 5 elimination points. This is a way better, just consistent performance from back to back. This is the most consistent and good back to back has done, I think. All split.
Yeah,
because they will get
definitely.
huge chicken dinners. They'll get a huge chicken dinner, and then they'll be not seen for like 4, 5, 6 games. Here, we've seen them every game do something, right? So that's great out of this team.
Yeah, well done for back to back. Great day for them. They can certainly be proud despite not getting a chicken dinner, as you made note. Their most consistent day so far in PMPL North America. Team Dope rotate, should I say Dope Esports rotate over on towards the northern edge of the circle. It is a little bit out into the open, but it still gives them great spread, great control. WALLSTREETBETS still being slowed down by angry amateurs on the northwestern edge of the circle, and 19E locking things down at the hands of Execute.
Tully here, last one. Trying to stay alive at the shack. Got to move, though, because the zone did shift. The zone shifts into just no man's land. Very little to play here. There's like some few obscure dips that could be utilized correctly. You could stay alive a little bit longer, but that's pretty much it. We still got so many teams up with 4 players. The Chosen, THIRDEYE, Ace of Spades, Star Gaming, Dope Esports, and I know the Knights aren't 4 players up, but with 3 up, they may as well be as scary as a 4-man team.
They're going to have to really take their time and pick their moment to push into the edge of the circle. They're further away. They have the Chosen over to the left of them. They have Star Gaming over to the right. They're going for the southwestern shift. Apologies, through the edge of the blue, and they're going to encounter the final players of the Panthers.
Tully right now playing in the center of the zone, using one of those dips. Here's another one of those little dip, not even a dip, just like a flat area. You will be able to get shot at there, so you do need some smokes and cover as THIRDEYE commits to the hard compound that Ace of Spades is holding down. That's 3 players of THIRDEYE out, and only one of the side of Ace of Spades getting knocked. So that was not a successful push. Of course, this compound very difficult to take over.
I don't know the full details around how THIRDEYE pushed it exactly, whether they opened with a knock, and how long they were there for. If they weren't there for long, I don't mind. Oh. Okay, Mumbai. Yeah, hate to see it.
Okay.
If they weren't there for long, it seems like they didn't rely too much on the walls. But either way, great defense from Ace of Spades as this game goes on.
Ace of Spades holding it down. The Chosen moving out of their dips. Of course, they have a really good spot to hop to next, that hillside right there that they fully controlled with that dip. So the strategic importance of that big dip coming into play here. The Knights down to 2 players. The Knights actually rotated north across the road and managed to find some of those obscure positions themselves. Of course, it's not over yet for them as they are being contested. Spec goes down. The Knights down to only Coops. And what better person to play as a solo for the Knights other than Coops?
He is deeper into the circle. I believe it's a shack that he's in, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's just out in the open. You can see it on the right side of your screen. 19E still as a 3-person team. You have the Chosen across the road as a 3-person team as well. Angry Amateurs being able to survive as a duo off the back of losing 2 players to Execute earlier on in the game. And yeah, that's going to be the end of Execute. 8 teams left, and it's Dope Esports for all 3.
I'm going to have to go with actually, I don't even know who to pick. There's still 2 other teams with 4 members, the Chosen and Star Gaming with 4. Star Gaming, they had a hell of a rough start today, but we saw what they could do last week. And with 4 alive this late into the game with the zone, if they could defend successfully against TC, this is their game to win. But if TC takes out Star without losing too many players, it might be TC's game. But I don't really see Dope being able to... Like, they could win, but it's going to be a tough circle for Dope to get into.
To give the analysts a bit of a defense, they made the predictions before the circle happened.
Yeah.
So it made sense. It's just their journey is going to be a little bit tougher with that circle shifting away, but they've been able to hold great angles and a great spread that hopefully will allow them to have a foundation of information to push into the edge of the circle with. And they're going to have to be careful of the teams coming across the road from the western side of the map as the Chosen take shots on towards both 19E and Angry Amateurs. They have their foot on the pedal, but they're going to have to move away as they do lose a player. 19E now create the opening to push across the road, holding onto the edge of the hillside that the Chosen have locked down. Godfan, you can see he's in the back line. The revive comes out. Oppa is going to be able to pull things off. It's great play by both teams. Maybe a little bit too slow from 19 Esports, and they're going to pay the price. That's going to be 2 players knocked down. That's going to be the squad wipe. The Chosen bite them in the back.
Yeah, it was a good try by 19 Esports. They were put in a really tough position to make a play. And they tried off of that knock, but it was not enough. The Chosen will continue to hold the spot. And now if they could take out Star Gaming just well, they'll get the entire high ground and pretty much like 60% of the circle within their control.
And it means their next focus is Star Gaming, and the most important team that is going to look to contest them. But Star Gaming in their own right can't be super comfortable because their position is exposed behind them, right? It's out in the open. They're going to have to rely on the smokes and the hard cover, but they also need to move and get a little bit angry. Brian turns around and gets a knock onto one of the players of Dope Esports. That's great, but then the Chosen gets a knock on them from behind, so they're pinched in a bit of a spray. It is a fiesta of bullets heading the way of the side of Star Gaming.
Oh, really getting banged up here. Down to 2 players, 2 knocked. The Chosen are not letting up. They are just letting it fly right now. The bullets raining in from every direction. And look at this. They're taking fights on north, the south, and all the way to the east of Dope. This Chosen team are not scared to stick out their heads and fire some shots off.
But depending on how many players all 3 of these teams lose or keep up on this eastern side of the map, it's going to be tough because the circle is shifted over towards the northwest. However, on that northwest side, you have 3 teams of 4 players, so there's no real strength, right? So it should be easy for the likes of the Chosen if they're able to stay up as a full squad. It seems that they're going to be proactive, avoid Star Gaming, avoid Dope and say, look, we're going to leave you guys alone. We're going to focus on the edge of the circle. They crash on in. They have no idea that Coops of Knights is still alive down beside the Dodge. They're focused on Angry Amateurs. They get a knock on the one. They're going to look to find the squad wipe. They get the squad wipe, but that is going to be a knock against them. But who was it that got the knock? They have no idea. I don't think it was Coops. It was a player from, I think, the final player, WALLSTREETBETS, with Starfresh, steps up and gets a knock on the Dope. Everything's going on. I kind of have no idea. This is a closer Dope Esports go down.
It's a 4-way 1v1. It's a 4-way 1v1 right now. TC are not going to be able to get any revives, meaning it's a 4-way 1v1, and Coops is up. Fresh is up for Star Gaming. We still got 1 player of WALLSTREETBETS up. I don't know what just happened in the past few seconds, but okay, Godfan will get a revive. So TC will have 2 players. Coops fires off his shots, gives away his positions. 24K comes in from the side. Coops is going to readjust, very smartly readjust while he still can.
They move across the way. He has a little bit of tree as cover. 3 fires on the sideline. Gets knocked, but it's going to be that reposition from the teammate. Supig finishes off the Knights. perfectly laid down. But he can't get the revive. His teammates across the road. Now he's going to have to fend off 24K, who strikes up, steps up, and gets the squad right bond to Chosen. We're looking at a 1v1 between Star Gaming and Wall Street Bets. Wall Street Bets chasing the PMGC slot. They're a hell of a long way behind, but this chicken dinner will go a big step towards that. Will give them a massive boost of confidence as he steps up 24K, finishes off the final player of Star Gaming, and he ends the game with a chicken dinner for his team.
What a crazy ending. We had, like, I think 4 members of TC at one point, with just at most another team had 2 players, and then it just everything went to chaos. But Wall Street Bets, I gave him a little bit of flack today earlier in the Miramar game, saying like, hey, these guys may want, you know, the PMGC, but they're not playing like it. Well, they did it. They managed to pull off a chicken, and a chicken is always great with 5 eliminations too, so that's a total of 20 points.
Yeah.
So, like, good game for Wall Street Bets. We saw what they could do before when they're playing on point, playing aggressive. So, like, I'll give it to them. That was a well-executed game by them.
It was just a weird ending, a weird final couple of minutes, but that's the way it works in PUBG Mobile. And what a way to end day 1 of Phase 3. Let's head to the highlights and then back to the desk.
Wall Street Bets getting the dub in that last dinner right there. Honestly, not gonna lie, we all picked Dope Esports. That last game was a little infuriating for me because I thought they should have had that one. I don't know what that rotation was there towards the end. I don't know why they, I don't know. Seven, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm just gonna agree with what you said because I don't want to be mean today. Okay,
Okay.
My
Seven.
My resolution for this week was to be nice, so I'm not gonna say that.
First day of the week. We'll
Hey.
be mean later.
There you go. There's plenty of meanness going on right now in the social world. Let's just be nice today. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the match rankings and seeing where everybody is at after this one here. Wall Street Bets good 20 points and Star Gaming getting some points, Glitter.
You know, this is so much better than the rest of the day that I will take it for Star Gaming. Okay, I don't know where this was because this is the type of performance they were having all through week 2, phase 2. 8 elims, a second place finish, 20 points, matching the first place chicken dinner of Wall Street Bets. So talk about a pickup because leading up to that, they had 1 point. So this is a night and day difference, but the Knights, speaking of night and day difference, I mean, they've been slaying out all day. They don't even need the chicken dinner. 11 elims, double-digit elims here to almost match points-wise first and second place. I don't know what's going on. And then moving down the list, the Chosen 8 elims, Dope Esports 9 elims listed 7. They didn't get the win, but they still had a much better performance.
Yeah, Dope. 15 points. Congratulations. 19 Esports there with 8 points. Angry Amateurs sick back to back with the 5. And I'm with you with what you said in regards to the Knights. Like, they were aggressive. They will continue to get those elimination points. Usually when it comes to certain teams, at least from my side, we talk about how we want them to be able to kind of even everything out. But when you know Knight is getting eliminations, you know it's starting to get good, Hot Jukes.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and the Knights, I think they had something to really prove today, especially, you know, with that whole PMGC leaderboard that hopefully we'll talk about eventually in some later shows. Make sure you guys have everything followed for that coming up in the future. APHELION Esports, man, having a tough time here in week 2 and week 3. They started off so strong and just haven't been able to seem to just get it going here, 7.
Yeah, to their defense, right, they did have a chicken dinner today, but that just seemed like an anomaly in a way, because the whole day was just, it's not what we're used to seeing out of APHELION Esports. Hopefully, though, that win might give them a little bit of confidence again, might set their mental state in the right place, and maybe tomorrow we'll start seeing APHELION Esports that we saw in Phase 1 and not in Phase 2. The Panthers, though, I will have to say, even though they finished here with 3 points, I feel like the Panthers had such a great day. Like, yeah, I'm really, really impressed with how they were able to play. Now, I'm hoping that continues on tomorrow. With the Panthers, they usually have that big drop-off. I'm hoping that's not the case. I really want to see Chico up there when it comes to MVPs, maybe for this week.
No more drop-offs, right, Glitter?
Yeah, 100%. Because it's not the time for it. You had weeks 1 and 2 to have your mess ups, and now if you're slowing down in the 3rd week, that's a bad sign. Everybody needs to be picking it up.
Bad sign indeed. You know, it's a good sign. It's a good sign for some overall leaderboards. Let's see where everybody is lined up after this one. Wow, 7. The Knights coming up with a nice chicken dinner here.
Yeah, I mean, the 70 points is impressive, but once again, I'm just going to go back to it. Look at the amount of eliminations this team has gotten today. Nobody's even close to it, and that's what's so impressive to me. Hopefully, I'm really hoping tomorrow is the exact same thing. I don't mind if they don't get any chicken dinners. I just want to see aggressive Knights. It's just so entertaining to watch. And then the Panthers, I was hinting at him. You can see 56 points, currently tied with back-to-back. Glitter, could we possibly have back-to-back?
Don't.
Playing to
Don't.
no?
There's no way. Okay, listen. It's the first day of 5, okay?
True.
We're just starting off the Phase 3. So I'm holding out my judgment until the 3rd day of this phase. I think by then,
smart.
We have to remember that we did have a week off between Phase 2 and 3, right? Yep. And there was an update that went out. So, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just because maybe they got a little rusty in that week. I don't know what they were doing. Maybe this is that threw off their rhythm. Some of those teams were doing a really good job snowballing, and they only had like a day off here and there. And then they got a week off. So some teams might need a little bit of time to get back on their groove. Clearly, the time off is what squads like back-to-back needed, and I love to see that. But they have a pretty big deficit that they're going to have to claw their way back from. And like you guys have both said a few times now, we've got bonus points that we have to take into consideration leading towards finals. So there's a lot kind of going on in the background for a lot of these squads. And the fact that we see Nova as low as they are, that's atypical for Nova. The fact that we have some of just the second page, some of the squads on the second page. Star Gaming was 2nd place in Phase 2. They are barely in the top 16 now. And, and we saw some really strong performances out of Korean barbecue lovers as well. I think that there's a lot to be determined still for this week, Jukes. And this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you there. And, at the end of the day, come finals time, right? Like, any team could still win, right? Like, any team could still just pop off, go nuts, and get a dub. But do you really want to give Nova a 30-point head start? You know what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah. If I'm going in that, there's no way. I want to go with a head start above anybody, especially squads like that. And they're coming in with some serious points. So, yeah, with this new format here, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough come finals time if you didn't perform here during the league pay. And like we talked about, back, the last chance. This is their last chance to unleash that beast, just like Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Man, so much craziness happened here so far. A lot of action we've seen, a lot of work from all these different players, but we have to talk about who our MVP is going to be, all right? You guys, I want you guys... Yeah, that's what I was going to go with. I was going to go with Spec too, not going to lie. I was thinking on top of my head. Who are you thinking, Seven?
I was actually thinking Xenox.
That's a good point, too.
I'm not mad at the Spec pick.
I'm not mad about that either. You guys out there, Shoot out your picks as well. Use that hashtag PMPLNA on any socials, on the Twitter, on the Instagram. Tag us as well. Hey, just get us in the conversation. Now, hashtag PMPL. Hashtag PMPLNA. That's right. Okay, I'm going to go with Spec. Glitter, Spec, confirmed?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we got a Xenox pick from the man 7 Worlds Gaming. Let's get a drum roll here. It's
Yo!
Okay, hold on.
Yo!
Nova. Hey, well, all those eliminations, 7 from the Knights that nobody else touched.
mean,
It ain't no Yi eliminations. It ain't no Yi eliminations. Look at those arms crossed.
Dang.
what's crazy and wow, that dude, yo, please,
Nova.
for everybody currently watching, if you for some reason somehow guess this right, please tweet at us and use hashtag PMPLNA because I honestly thought it was gonna be somebody from the Knights. But in a way, okay, Yi, congratulations. This is an outstanding performance for you today. But in a way, can we talk about Knights then? If not, if it wasn't just one player, right? That means that everybody in that squad had an amazing performance, so good that there wasn't just one MVP out of that squad. That's kind of scary to me. But Yi, I mean, I don't want to take away from you, but this is kind of like a Kanye West moment. I'm sorry, but this person, I mean, we got to talk about Knights because they did so freaking good.
Dude, that is insane. Honestly, I wouldn't have bet Yi, but I mean, 13 eliminations, 2,200 damage. That is something you cannot shake your head at right there. And I'll tell you what, the Knights, even though they had such a great performance today, I guarantee you them as well are kind of like, why didn't we get MVP too? You know?
You want to know? You want to know second place?
Well, who was second place?
I was just able to look it up. Okay.
Who is it?
You guys are going to be happy. It was Spec.
Okay.
Place, Spec with 11 eliminations, and then tied in a way you could say Coops 11 eliminations as well.
Classic Coops, back at it again. So it's good. It's good to see Spec finally starting to do Spec things. You know, I think it's really been we've been waiting on that, and now these with the Knights, we're finally starting to see him do what we have been waiting for him to do. So today with this whole show, we've had some great, predictions so far. Who do you think was the most right today?
7.
What?
I'm gonna go with 7. I'll go with El Siete as well.
I think it was Jukes actually.
Oh, it's a tie.
Oh,
really?
It's a tie. It's a tie.
Okay.
Interesting. The good old double dub.
I think it's rigged, honestly, but
Glitter, you gotta lose sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Or was that
mean the rest of the week?
Or does that mean that Glitter was number 1 and we were tied for second?
Nah.
I'm lulling you into a false sense of security.
That's what it is. Okay, I just got a confirmation that Glitter did lose. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Okay, well, you know what? We have always the show for tomorrow, everybody. Make sure that, again, that you go ahead and follow, set the alarm, do all that good stuff, the hashtag, like I told y'all earlier. And hopefully, we will see you guys then for some more PMPL action. I'm Hot Juke 7. Glitter, see you later.
something for the next round.
pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding